And we are live. Hello, everyone. Some of you may be seeing this as a podcast in the future or seeing this as a rerun on YouTube. And we are going to have an interesting night about the horror movies, the aliens. I was thinking of something else for a second. Talk about news and do different things like that. So I hope everybody is having a great week and has a great weekend, and we'll be switching screens in a moment. Okay, that's the wrong one. It's this one. Alright, pull up a... No, I don't need to do that. Alright, so hello. And so we're going to talk about some of the alien theories about what some of the aliens do, and situations that people have found themselves in, and we'll talk about different things with the news in the country a little bit, and the horror movies like we did before. And in a moment I'm about to start the game, and I forgot to put the chat up. Silly alien. Tricks are for kids. Okay. Here we go. Alright. And hello, Mary Toodles. Nice to have you here. Now I'm going to go into the game part. Those that may be listening to this some other kind of a way, I'm about to put the game in. I had an interesting day. Last night was a great stream. Had a good time with all y'all. Okay, the game's launching. Hopefully it goes more smooth, because last time it didn't go as smoothly. Alright. So, my day, I helped my family get another possum from the top part of a window. And that was a very freaky situation. We don't really know where they're coming from. And I'm going to be switching screens now to the game part as we wait for our aliens to come through. And it might look like a blank screen, but it isn't, because we will switch over and go into this part, and voila, here we go. We have the game. Put this thing down here, and we'll put the chat over here. Okay. Alright. Let's do this thing here. And also, alright, so we have this Halloween look that they have with the game. I like it, and I think it's a new thing, but they may be doing it in general because they like to update things with the game, and I play the game for a little bit, and then later on during the stream I get into other topics and things. Okay. Let's look at the different servers. Abyssa. Alright. And here we go. Here I go walk around. Let's go in here, and they have some updates about the shop and different stuff like that. She looks pretty cool. We should take this stuff off. That's just about merch, like not merch, but like in the game you could customize the character. Like, she seems pretty cool. Let's see what she has to say. Yeah, she's talking about the Queen Anne's Revenge, that ship that's out to go and blow up people. Her outfit looks really nice. That's the pirate flag, the Jolly Roger. See my legs back first, but by the fishing boat. Yeah, it's funny. These little characters will do these little jokes and things. Alright. So we have that pirate flag. And then we walk up here. And then that's another person just saying random things. You have some friend. And also I'm going to go to the ship. We're going to go and do some plundering. I just repaired I just repaired the ship before I got out here. Alright. Then we're gonna open this up for the public. Alright, so now going off. Here I go. Alright, here we go. Now we're going to go in this area. Alright, I'm going to go and get this thing over with. I was talking to one of the people here in the chat over in the other game. Alright, that's one of my pirate friends. Alright, so hello, Mary Toodles. Glad to see you. And yeah, so the possum earlier was very strange. It was sitting up on top of the window. And then I picked it up and put it in the cat box, a little cat taxi thing. Well, Mary, tell Bubbles I said hello. And here we go. We have this part of the game where I'm going to go and hit these ships with the cannons, as usual. You know, it's like the cat enclosure is like haunted with those little rascals. And I like, you know, how in this game you have these people they'll come and like tell me hello in the game, and that's nice of them. You see my boo reply? That's good. I'm glad you see it, boo. And also, you know, with the aliens, there's all kinds of different sightings and people that are seeing spooky things from them. And I think that it's essential for people to Be aware of that. Some people think there's good aliens. There's definitely something really bad going on there with that. Talk about the aliens for years. And this game glitched and it didn't let me do what I had to do, and I misfired on both of them. Okay. There are other people playing the game. Do you talk to each other? Yeah, so it's people on the Pirates of the Caribbean online. It's like it's an online community of people, so I have different friends and stuff on there. And so it's like I'm talking to two different chats at the same time. All right. So I'm gonna hit some more ships in the Caribbean. And we talk to each other through like texting in the chat. And I'm going to read some more fan information about stuff from the different movies in a little bit. Yeah. So, as we talked in the channel about the different things like with the economy and silver and stuff, I think it's very interesting. Alright. Alright. Here we go. And also, another thing is that I think that in the times we're in, there's so much division going on and misguided people doing things they'll probably regret later. It's also, going on. And I like the fandoms about the games. That's really cool. And my ship, but not about the games with the movies and stuff, because I think it's very important. It's kind of like reading. Like when you read, you get more information than you would from the other, like from the movie you don't get as much information. So I think reading is very important to see what's going on with the movie. Like Stephen King did great movies. Yeah, Boas is very smart. I'm glad he's listening. Mary, I'm glad you're here, and other people that are seeing a rerun of this or watching the stream in general. Alright, Ram. And now we see in the game, now I'm about to go and hit them. Hit the enemy. Whew. Okay, I'm good. Now we're going this way. And I think Nightmare on Elm Street is a interesting one to look into. And I think Mary said that Johnny Depp was in it. I think they're gonna plunder me, but it's not true. Ooh, they got me. Queen Anne's Revenge is out there. Alright, so yeah, well, you see there are other players, like you see that one with the pirate, all the players with the pirate flags above their ships, those are players, and this is just like the game. Like with this ship. Alright. We're doing great. Like those ones out there, those are other players, the ones with the pirate flags over them. Alright, we're gonna go ram into this thing. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Mary, for making that clear about that. Alright, I leveled up. Alright, good. Looking at one of my companions, thanks, Edward, was AFK. Sounds great, even when it's been a while. Yeah, because my friend was saying it's good for people to stay in touch. And I agree. I'm just riding one of them. Yeah, because they're saying like they like to stay in touch. She was saying she likes to, stay in touch with their friends, and like that's good. There's a lot of people. Some people don't really stay in touch with friends that much. And I'm glad that other people have the same values as I do. And that ship just sunk. See all these pirates? Those are all players that you see right here. We're all about to gang up on some ships. Alright. Yeah, those ships are going fast. I like how the bounty hunter, that was based. They just like went straight into battle and died. Wow, that's based. Yeah, they're gonna get him. That's good. Oh, there's a lot of people on this specific server. There's like a over, uh, like 100, over 100. Okay, so there's these bounty hunters who are going really fast, and they're being sunken fast by the other pirates. Here we go. We got one right here. Yeah, they're all over the place. It's hysterical. All right, Mary. Thank you. All right. So we're going to go after these ships out here. Yeah, so they're all over the place. And we're going to get that one. Here we go. Now I got him. Hey, Rebel. Good to see you. Nice to have you in chat. I am playing a game right now, and I'm going to go into some of the other topics in a little bit. Game's kind of skipping around, but it's all good. Yeah, I had a today, Rebel. I removed a possum from that was in the cat room that just found itself there. And I picked it up and put it in the pet taxi because it wasn't supposed to be in there. It was very small. Oh yeah, exactly. Exactly. I picked it up with a towel. This happened twice. So I removed it with a towel, and like I picked it up and I put it inside the cat taxi. Yeah, I called him a cab. It's called a cat taxi, and we like to call them that. And but yeah, I guess so. In a way, yeah, I called him a cab, and he was a little bit disagreeable, but they they let him go on his way. I like that. That was funny, Rebel. And we're also going to review more of those movies like last time. And I hope you've been having a good week, Rebel. Okay. Okay. All right. There we go. Here, this is a big naval war going on here. That's good, Rebel. Oh, I'm doing good. I'm having a good time. I've been, talking to some friends from school and researching stuff for the channel. I've been doing well. Just the possums are kind of freaky. Like, it's happened 3 times. I remember, one morning it happened towards the afternoon, and also I went out and picked it. As I say, pick it up and you put it in there. They're usually, they're not really violent, but I have to be careful that it doesn't try to go and bite me. Oh, Rebel, that's awesome that you got that. That's good. That's a very cool plant. My peppers are doing very good. My Thailand peppers, and I have a what's it called? I have more of them. I'm drying out and stuff. It's been the peppers are really cool, and I'm glad that yours came back, Rebel. It's like we don't really know where the possums are coming from, but they're coming in the place somehow. We don't mind them like outside, but like just in that particular area, we don't know where they're coming from. And also, another thing is that hello, Anthony McQuaid. It's been a while. Yeah, I understand you were surprised, Rebel. It's a pleasant surprise. And Anthony McQuaid, I hope you're doing well, and I'm glad that you came to chat. Chat was wondering about you yesterday, and I'm glad that you're here. And I told them you're all right because I've been getting those cool emails that you send. I enjoyed it. Very good insight with those emails, Anthony. And I hope you're doing well, Anthony. Did it a little bit. Did the turn a little bit too soon. All right, so we're gonna go this way. All right, nice blunder. Yeah, everything's been going fine here. And also, some movie that I'm going to review is the Freddy Krueger one. And last Friday was awesome. I really enjoyed looking at the Jason Friday 13th one. That was awesome. Whoo, that did a 180 and it just disappeared. This game can be funny sometimes. And my beans have been doing great. And oh, I want to say that my beets and my new turnips have sprouted and they're doing good. Scroned Siren. Remember, there's like a band called Sleeping with Sirens, and my friend thought it was like you go into a junkyard and you just sleep with a siren literally. But I think a siren, like, it's a type of mermaid. I think it's like an evil mermaid. So that's what this ship I'm fighting is called, the Scorned Siren. It's some kind of a mermaid. So I think that's a cryptid. That's very interesting. And things about the aliens, it's really spooky. What's like about the in detail about the alien encounters that happened. Like I remember what I saw one night after wrong one. Um, hmm. Yeah, that glitched. This game needs to get with the program. So basically, the movies and the different news and stuff. And yesterday I was talking about Gustave Doré, which is this cool artist that did depictions of the Bible and different stuff, and fairy tales. That was nice. I enjoyed that. Yeah, we're gonna get this ship. Just taking some time. It's all good. I may have asked this before, but do any of y'all keep up with like sports and stuff? I don't really recall because there's all kinds of different groups. So I was just curious. Okay, here we go. Yeah, we're getting them very slowly. Anthony, are you asking me a question? I'll be a little bit more clear, sir. Photoshop. That's funny, Rebel. I know what that means. We gotta get out. I might sink. Alright, good. It was good I brought that one into my pirate buddies. They went and they helped me sink it. Alright. Ooh, glad I made it. Alright, I made it back. Alive. Alright, and I made a good plunder. Got a lot of gold. Now I'm going to repair the ship. Okay, where is he? He's the dude's right here. Alright, chip's been repaired. Alright. Phew. Alright. And also, I'll say that yesterday in New Orleans at the Tulane College, there was a riot over the Palestine-Israel conflict. And it seems like a lot of stuff's heating up. And also, last night when I was live, I was speculating that the person that was Fox was saying the people probably killed themselves. The person killed themselves that was shooting up Maine. And Rebel made a post confirming that Maine, the guy that shot up the people in Maine, was dead. So thank you, Rebel, for posting that. I'm glad I saw it. Thank you. So that's just some news that's going on. Okay. They're sinking some ships again. Yeah. And I want to talk about the Greys and some of their like technology, and talk about, because we have spooky stuff. And also yesterday I was talking about voodoo and the history about it, like the articles, and that's something that I'll talk about here because it's very important about the dark magic and stuff. Okay, Rebel, thank you for letting us know you're listening and working on the thumbnail. Okay, thank you. All right, Rebel. All right. Thanks for letting us know. Yeah, yeah. Some people, they like to listen to the stream. Well, that's fine. I've listened to my own stream before. Like I was walking around, I was listening to it, and it's pretty good. All right. So, as I was saying, so basically, we have, all that stuff that's going on, and on top of that, the economy is having, like, with the economy's having some issues because of the war. They're uncertain about it, and it's causing issues with that, the markets and stuff, and the economy in general. So that's happening, and the thing with precious metals, it's going up. And looks like we got a sailor on board, chat, on my ship. Here we go. This is like some World War II stuff. Yeah, Rebel's been having some very good lives. I've been seeing them. And it's, some wild stuff's been going on. And he's been covering it really well. Alright, there we go. Alright, there we go. I got that ship. We got some more plunder. You got plunder, chat. I need to get out the way because I'm about to get myself messed up. And I probably shot the cannonball and everybody's opening fire at this dude. It's funny. And we're all getting him. Alright, because I need to get out the way of the cannonball fire. Alright. Because we're going to have to go back and be like, because I do have strong armor, but it probably needs to be even stronger. Whoa, the Navy's coming. Let's go into our pirate comrades over here. And let's get rid of him. Ooh, we got that good. Alright, it went downhill for them. Alright. And I'm glad Anthony McQuaid's here. He's an excellent mod. Excellent mod. Alright, we getting plunder. It's funny. And the thing thinks I'm trying to dock, but it doesn't. Alright, the thing's just not syncing. Alright. Sometimes these things don't sync. It's a glitch in the game. He missed Thursday, got done late, and his head was killing him. Yeah, I've had headaches like that before, Rebel. It sucks. I understand. Alright, so here we go. Yeah, so yeah, Rebel, I've had headaches like that before, and it's just best to not go live that particular day that happens. Hello, Stranded. Glad to have you here. But yeah, because with the headaches that I've had, it's like it hasn't happened in a little bit of in a while, but you know it can happen. And that one I missed. I think. Yeah, I missed. Okay. Well, I'm glad I have the dude on board. Dude on board, and the dude's trying to go through the island. All right. Looks like they've sunk. There's so much stuff going on here. I'm keeping up with everything. Wow. This is a giant, like, this is what Navy battles were like back in like American Revolution and stuff. Like it was like this, the Civil War. Getting cargo crates. All right, there we go. All right, gonna ram into this thing right here. It's gonna be funny. All right, good. Hit both of them. Yeah, yeah. Because I got my crew and we're getting these things good. Like gangsters. Facts. Yeah, so like I said, this is a very good multiplayer game, and I'm glad that I got my crew on board, and we're sinking other ones, and we're chasing after this ship right here. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We're about to get it. All right, here we go. Now we're gonna go release the Fury. All right, yeah, there we go. Ooh, that's a good one. Go about ramming speed. Okay, I'm going to go this way, and yeah, Stranded, I see what you're saying. I'm gonna get to you in a moment. I'm in the middle of a civil war. Oh, there we go. Nice. Nice. All right, so Stranded says, all I heard was something about headaches. She takes extra drain for, I probably said that wrong, for headaches from a migraine. Works for me. So yeah, Rebel, that's something that I'm you could look at into. And thank you, Stranded, for mentioning that. I will keep that in mind next time I have some headache problems. Oh wow, we're getting there. We're getting there, chat. We're leveling up. Oh, oh yeah, oh yeah. We're sinking them really good. Okay. All right. Yeah, I take Advil. Well, it looks like there's more people on the ship actually. I wasn't aware of. So we have to make them part of the crew. Ooh, that was naughty. Okay, now I'm going to escape this, and I'm going to go to where's all these people at? I don't see them anywhere. Whatever. There must be some glitch. It's like because when you're in the middle of a conflict, it's a little bit difficult to. All right, here we go. Well, Strand, that's good that you helped an injured kitten. All right, that's good you helped them. And today I had to help rescue a possum that was that. So there's a possum that went into the cat room and was just hanging out on the window, and I had to go in there and get them to. Well, I had to go and get it, and I put it in a little box. I got a towel and I picked it up and I brought it outside. I mean, in the box, and I brought it out. So that's what I did earlier. I I was dealing with possum. This happened 3 times in a row, and we're not too sure where these possums are coming from. So like I picked them up, and one of them my grandma like put a towel over, and we put it in the box. Oh yeah. I leveled up, chat. I leveled up. Okay. We hit that pretty well. All right. All right. Here we go. We're going to kind of drift out a little bit. So will do well with that. And then he's kind of coming right in front of me. And he hits me. And I go back here. And here we go. Oh, okay. Let's go to Tortuga. All right. The islands are that way. kind of, yeah, Tortuga's over there somewhere. We're killing the Navy. It's funny. Haha. Okay. That's Padres del Fugo. Get rid of this war. Get rid of this stupid ship. It's like aggravating. All right. Got rammed. Okay, let's go to Tortuga. Let's go that way. Just trying to block me in. All right. So I'm bringing this closer to Tortuga. We get more pirates involved, and we can get closer to the shore if something happens. Yeah, Peach was a nurse, and she was telling me that Oxy's very strong. All right, and we got this. Okay. All right, connection restored. I'll take this. Oh, we lost it. That was because I stopped and was looking around for somebody else, which I usually don't do, to make them a crew member, and then I sunk it. Yeah. Alright, that's unfortunate. I was going to the shore, but I was looking for that third person, and I thought we were going to make it, but we didn't. Alright. I tell him it's my fault. I stopped the ship. That's why, like, it's difficult for me to try to find people to put in the crew and do that at the same time. Yeah. That's really disappointing. They did a great job. I need to make that hull stronger. That's what I need to do. Alright, we're going to repair the ship. Alright. And then I'm going to, let's see if I'm able to upgrade it right now. Alright, we'll need some more gold for that. It's this. Trying to get out of here. This thing. See, they put the, where you try to put the window out, they put a compass right, and you can't. It's kind of goofy. Alright, that's how you do it. Yeah, so that's what I figured. That was a mistake. Because I should have kept on going and not look for the other person to go to the crew. Alright. Yeah, Shran, it's nice that you helped the strays. That's good. Well, that's nice. The people are coming to visit me. I sunk the ship and they come to visit me. They want to try us again. Oh, the other dude's my friend. Yeah, it's like a friend I had from before. All right. This next time I'm gonna use more. Be more careful about that. Yeah, Stranded. It's nice that you help the animals. That's good. Another thing, it's like taking responsibility for your actions. Like that's what I did here. It shows a good sign of character rather than blaming other people for my problems. I blame myself because I'm the captain. I'm the one responsible. And this ship's kind of slow ship. And I like taking risks. And yeah, because they're saying that these are the hardest ships to maneuver, and I agree with them. Oh, all right. So going through here, and all right. So I'm gonna go sink it, and they already sunk it. All right. Well, that's great, Stranded, that you would do that. That's good that you did that for the little cats. So we're going over here. We're gonna say fire. We're gonna go fire. All right. And the reason why I in the game we I sunk it was because I was not steering, but I was going straight to the shore. Yeah, I'm telling them the reason why I sunk last time was because I was on my way to. We were on our way to the shore to cash in the plunder. It's just that what happened with me was I I was stopped and I knew it was a bad idea and we would probably sink, but I thought we could pull it off. I could pull it off, but I was kind of like, because it doesn't tell me or notify me when there's like a pirate I can make in my crew. When they ask me where's the crew, but it's like I can't, it's hard to drive and get away when I have to get off and not steer anymore, and then we sink. That's why it's not good to stop. So I'm not gonna do that again. They're gonna have to ask me somehow. I'm just making that clear to them. we're gonna go here, and I'm going to go and charge this warship. Yeah, we're gonna hit these ships right here. Alright. Yeah, so like as I said, like they say to not stop, and yeah, I stopped. Like we could have went to the Tortuga, but I was like, oh no, I could stop for a second. Then I sunk because I thought I would. All right, that's the Queen's trumpet. All right, skull and crossbones. That's good. Now we're hitting it. Yeah, Strand, that's good. I'm glad that you're doing that. Now I'm gonna go after this pirate ship. All right, now we're getting up there. Okay. And now what we're doing now is we are sinking some more ships, and I'm going to try it again, and we're more careful this time and not try to walk around while I'm in a war zone. It's not wise. We're just going to go back to shore. This is so we can have our plunder just in case something happens. Alright, here we go. Anthony should check on the. Yeah, she doesn't want to disturb it. Yeah, it's best to let it sleep. I'm glad that she was helping it. She says I was petting her for a little while until she calmed down and started eating. Now I'm just giving her space so she knows she's safe, even though Archer keeps hanging by the door and sticking under. Yeah, and also, yeah, because this is a dude I met before. As I said, I didn't stop before. I usually just would plow through to the shoreline, and yeah, that was my error. Yeah, here we go. We're gonna go this way, and we're gonna go plunder some ships. Again. Again. Yeah, she said plus the bathroom. Yeah, plus she. Yeah, that's funny, stranded. All right. Like the kraken and stuff. I think those are very fascinating things. These little creatures, and like when Stranded was here, we were talking about the what's his name, Blackbeard, and this one's a lot like Blackbeard. This game, and the pirate stuff, it's inspired by the Tales of Blackbeard. Missed. All right, now we're gonna go to the bounty hunter really quick. Okay. Okay, here we go. I caught up to them. And shout out to my friend Samuel. He's here. Now I want to get this one. Just in time. these ships right here. Here we go. All right. And soon, let's start with the topic soon. The different things that we'll be doing. See where the other pirates are. Yeah, so those are some of the other ones. See how they're getting away. They're not doing what I did and just kind of like sat there and didn't do nothing. Yeah, Hunter Biden smoked the Kraken. Yeah. Now I'm going to go this way, and we're going to hit it sideways. That's funny, Anthony. That's funny, the Hunter's Moon. Okay, here we go. We're going to call for action. Ha! So, we're defeating this gigantic ship on our own. It's crazy. Yeah, the thing with Oxy, I think it would be best to stay with the Advil, in my opinion, from like people I've talked to. But of course, I'm not a doctor, so I wouldn't really know for sure. It's best to not have things that are too addictive. All right. Okay. I'm going to start with the different topics, the alien stuff. Different things, okay? No, Stranded, I know what to do, and thanks for saying that. It's just that the last time, usually, the last time I stopped the ship completely, and that's why I sunk, but the other time, it just simply also, there's not a lot of people on board the ship to repair it. Because usually, like, remember there was a time before where we had the crew and the ship was being constantly repaired, but also it needs to be upgraded, and I need to get a quicker ship. Also, that probably would also help, but it has to do with just there's not a lot of people on board at that time. I've had y'all on here while we sunk a bunch of ships around, but that was funny. Stranded, the pew pew that was funny. All right, so now I'm gonna log off here and okay, go to the other part. Oh, I have in the game. I have a flintlock in the game. Yeah, that's a good idea. I need to use my gun. Yeah, in the game because I have that in the game. All right. Alright, Stranded. I understand, thank you. So, but basically in the game, I do have the pew pew. I do have that. I just like to practice with the sword, but you're right. Alien abduction entities. So these are some of the, you know, the alien abduction, entities that are there. So alien abduction entities. I will strand it. I will. So these are beings alleged to secretly abduct and subjugate experiencers to forced medical examination, which often emphasizes the reproductive system. Mainstream scientists and mental health professionals overwhelmingly doubt that the phenomenon occurs literally as reported and instead attribute the experiences to a deception, suggestibility, the fantasy, proneness, hypnotizability, false memory syndrome. Personality, sleep phenomena, and they also think it has to do with psychopathology. So they're saying that people that have these alien experiences, they think that they're like mentally ill or something, which basically is the science and the scientific community trying to put down and downplay the alien experiences people have. And the similarity between the alien depiction in early science fiction films, in particular Invaders from Mars, and those reported to have actually been abducted people. The first alien abduction claim to be widely publicized was Betty Barney Hill abduction in 1961, which featured diminutive, large-eyed beings who wore military-style uniforms. Anthony McQuaid says, when you have a paranormal, is that more that one like the normals? Yeah, I think that makes sense. Experiencers sometimes claim to have been given information regarding the motivations and goals underlying the bizarre procedures of the abduction event by their alleged abductors. Dr. John J. Miller says that in the cases he studied, abductees report that when they ask their captors why the invasive and humiliating medical procedures are being performed on them, the entity. Author and UFOologist Jenny Randles conducted a study focused on the motivations given by the abductors for the abduction phenomenon to alleged experiencers. Her study sampled about 50 abduction claims and found that in about 60% of the alleged cases, the abductors had often experiencers' insight of their motivations for performing the abduction. She found that similar motivations were reported by abduction claimants, irrespective of whether or not memories of the event were assisted by hypnosis. Because these people are having these memories that kind of skip around, and that is what's going on in this situation, and they're kind of thinking that maybe they're hypnotized to believe that, because there's a lot of skeptics, as I said, about the alien theory, but now they've come out more about that these things are really there. And people that have had these abduction experiences, they don't seem to have pleasant memories of it. Randalls says the report motivation formed a loose narrative centered on long-term surveillance and interaction. The entities target certain individuals for some unique quality and abduct them repeatedly. During the abductions, information is supposedly being subconsciously implanted to be activated, kind of like telepathy, or like we talk about in the Bible about the mark of the beast. It's similar to that, by the entities of some later time. This time and sometimes claimed to correspond major change to Earth that entities desire assist in dealing with. She notes that different types reported with differing motivations, such as the Nordic type and being more benevolent, and also the Greys, as we know. So those are two types that were reported. And these are different types of aliens that have been reported. And this has to do with like how the channel and Halloween stuff. It fits right in. So the different types of aliens they have are the short humanoids, including short gray aliens and similar entities. Average human height of the humanoids, including the tall gray aliens and similar entities. Tall humanoids being similar to but much taller than a normal human, considered an atypical abduction category. Mummy-like, being that resembled the remnants of mummies of horror movies. Mischievous humanoids include reptoids and hairy dwarves and others. The human ones are similar to Nordic aliens known as Orions, because they come from the Orion Belt, they claim. Possibly the Anunnaki, similar entities. Non-human Bullard described them as monstrous and resembling science fiction characters. So this is what the kind of monster alien type creatures that these people are allegedly seeing, which I believe that they are seeing these things. And the weapons. According to Nick Pope's book, The Uninvited, the gray aliens use a device that is black, cylindrical, is the size of a US number 2 pencil, has a bluish light on one end. It is used as a weapon on combative abductees to make them more compliant by numbing the will. It looks like a Star Trek phaser being fired, only that a blush white beam is being fired at the combative abductee. So the Greys will have this type of weapon to make their subjects more compliant. And it's like, I don't, remember we were talking before about the government collaborating with the aliens and, taking that, say this occurred, that's what they're using to make them more compliant for the experimentation. Kind of like a hypnotizing or brainwashing. Linda Howie reported on a pencil-sized cylindrical device with a light on one end, and that has been independently reported in at least 2 alleged abductions. The device is apparently used in a manner analogous to surgical scalpel by the alleged abductors. One alleged abductee claimed that when the device was used, the chest opened and in slow motion and compared it to watching a flower blossom in a time-lapse photography. The claimant further described the device opening the body with a sound. So these are some of the experiments that these things did. And as I said, now they're talking about hypnosis as an influence on abductor descriptions. Regarding the various types of reported abducting beings, folklorist and abduction researcher Thomas E. Bullard said, the small showing for monstrous types and the fact that they concrete in less reliable cases, should disappoint skeptics who look for the origin of abductions and their influence of Hollywood. Nothing like the profusion of imaginative screen aliens appearing in abduction literature. So we have this situation here and explaining about some of the how they're saying what Hollywood, but what Stranded was saying before in one of the comments and during the stream is that basically these beings, these entities, they have been like and depicted in Hollywood a lot because Hollywood was giving hints subliminally, we think, to get people conditioned to accept the alien thing later, and that was just stuff that was based on reality. And as I said, she has seen UFOs. I've seen UFOs, and I'm sure, some of you have seen UFOs or heard about them. And it's interesting to go more in depth about this during our Halloween marathon. Bullard, in something of a concession to skeptics, has noted that the presence of absence of hypnosis is a method for memory revival and an abduction claimants seems to affect descriptions of the abductors themselves. Hypothetically, assisted recall is more likely to produce descriptions of the standard gray humanoid, while cases where hypnosis was not used include more variety. However, rather than take a firmly skeptical position based on this observation, Bullard said whether hypnosis shapes the implant's memories or breaks through a surface screen memory to reveal the true appearance of beings remains as a question in need of resolution. And the geography of the aliens, it's like a lot of the alien abductions take place in North America, and also they take place all over the world. And there's a map I'll show, and I'll also look up the Hunter Moon. No pun intended. All right. So this is the alien abduction map for the United States. All right, so this is 900,000 UFO sightings in the United States. So this map you see, all the green areas are where UFO sightings have been. And it looks like there's a lot in the northern states, like Ohio and stuff up there. And around Chicago and stuff. And in Florida, some in Louisiana and the West Coast, especially on Area 51. And we have that, so that is like the geography of these alien encounters. Also in Georgia, the state of Georgia, and there's a lot of missing people in the same areas of these maps. Like you look at a missing people, it's kind of similar, so it's kind of eerie. It's very eerie. And I think that's interesting that they have these statistics about the UFO sightings in these regions. And it's noted that the so-called gray alien are most popularly associated with abduction reports. So there could be, these other aliens out there, but the grays are the ones that are associated with the alien abductions. And again, however, this seems to be North American paragram best known since the 1980s. On the contrary, some researchers, such as Kevin D. Randall, in his 1997 book Faces of the Visitors, an illustrated reference to the alien contact have noted a vast variety of alleged creatures have been reported in abduction accounts worldwide, with some of the alleged creatures not even described as humanoid, which is very interesting. So I guess they're like bugs or something. And there's theories about them being interdimensional. Common elements in the descriptions of abductions and visitations vary by region and local culture, with only a few elements being the same worldwide, such as an otherworldly sensation, reports of mind control, repression memory, and other experiences. These elements and many aspects, what witnesses describe, are very common in old stories or of encounters of fairies, demons, and other magical creatures. So this is what I was talking about with SE and others about, and I made videos on my channel about it, how the comparison between the fallen entities, the fallen angels, and these aliens. And they say the scientific analysis, the journalism behind this is that it is similar to the creatures that exist, like the fairies and different stuff like that. And as I said, there are mentally ill people. There are people that do hoaxes. But there are quite a few that are real. Also, you have to separate the sheep from the goats. That's why it's very good to be skeptical about things, and then you go into it as you go on. In Brazil, there are strong links between the abduction phenomenon and the spiritist traditions. Like I was talking about how people in the occult and the spiritual stuff, they have seen things like aliens and they've summoned aliens and stuff. Abduction researcher Gilda Mora reports that the following had increased in spiritualism in the 1980s. There was a surge in popularity of spiritualist centers where paranormal healings occurred that involve actual surgical cutting. These kinds of centers first appeared in the 1950s, where claims of medical practitioners operating out of space laboratories spread among the Brazilian population, especially among the spiritualist community. Descriptions of these alleged healing experiences share much common imagery with the alien abduction and medical examinations reported in the Anglophone world. Mora notes the critical differences between Brazilian reports of spiritual space surgeons and typical abductions is that the Brazilian perceive that the phenomena as pleasant and spiritual, while abductees report terror. See, like how the devil can masquerade as an angel of light. And I've talked to some people, in my channel about different species of alien. And even those that, I'm not saying every single, hypothetically, there's aliens out there that are all living on another planet. I'm talking about these interdimensional beings that are pretending to be aliens. And it seems that the different groups I've talked to on the channel, people that have came through, have all agreed that the Greys and the lizard aliens are very evil. And like the Nordics. So, that's something we all know about and agree on, that they seem to have giving people negative experiences. Also, speaking of aliens, we're talking about how on Venus there are space snails. There's snails that there's all these trails all over. It's Mercury. No, not Mercury. It's Pluto. I got that really mixed up. So, not Mercury, but Pluto. There's these trails of these slug snail things that travel around them. And also we have the science fiction as an influence. She Affair also sees similarities between the aliens depicted in early science fiction films, in particular invaders from Mars, those reported to have actually abducted people commonalities exist in the appearance, behavior, technology, and societies of fiction and allegedly real abductors. Furthermore, the contents and structure of the abduction narrative, as outlined by researchers of the Naaman and Bullard, was already established in fiction from by 1930 in Buck Rogers' strip. However, Bullard does not see evidence for influence on abduction claimants from science fiction sources. So, this is very interesting about how the different theories and stuff about how the aliens work. And also, I do want to give a shout out to my friend Nash that is watching, and he's someone I've known from like school, and I did the stuff with the pirates. I went to the pirate place with him in Louisiana called Lafitte, where they have the what's it called, the Black Pearl. So shout out to him. And as I was saying, we're going to continue and I'll look up the Hunter Moon. All right, Hunter. All right, so what does the Hunter Moon mean? Traditionally, the early evening moonlight provided by the hunter's moon aided hunters during a crucial time for storing up food. So it was a time that they stored up food. Just like the harvest moon provided an extra light to farmers bringing in their harvest. I like that. Because the moon's very bright and it's going to be even more bright as time goes on. Alright. So we have that. That's pretty cool. And it's going to be tomorrow. I'll look up the specific date. October 28th. So technically maybe right now and tonight, this is the morning right now, so tonight we'll also have the Hunter Moon. And we have the abduction claimants. Let's see. Go and do something real quick. Yeah, so basically we have a lot of these aliens that are doing these things all over the place. And a lot of people have come forward about it. And alright, the chat's still working. That's good. I was about to check that. Thanks, Anthony McQuaid. I'm glad that you said something because I thought something was frozen with the chat. So, alright, that's good. So, as I said, people all over have had these claims and stuff, and it's important that their voices are heard. And now we're going to go to abduction claimants, and I'm going to go and review some things in the news and different things of movies after I cover this part. And look, I didn't ask chat to say anything. I just wanted to check myself to see if it was frozen on my end. Alright. And also, basically, let's see, I'm going to read chat. So, Anthony McQuaid says, I would say that they live on our world, but not in our dimension. Exactly, Anthony, I agree. And Stranded says, sorry, had to check on the kitty. She's not doing too good. She's shaking and meowing. Stranded, I know you're dealing with a cat. Thank you for letting me know. And praying for the cat. And she says, she's still listening, though. That's good. People could listen. That's fine. And my friend Nash, he does detailing, and he has a channel, and I'll put the channel link in the description at some point. And also, let's see, before I get into this, and the mouse is being goofy. Hold on. The mouse is okay. Here we go. The mouse is back. And now I'm going to, I said, I'll share my friend Nash that's watching. I'll share his channel in the chat after I do some things here. And he does detailing. He does very good with that. And alien abduction claimants, also called the abductees, experiencers, are people who have claimed to have been abducted by aliens. The term abduction phenomenon describes claims of non-human creatures kidnapping individuals and temporarily removing them from a familiar terrestrial surroundings. The abductors, usually interpreted as being extraterrestrial life forms, are said to subject experiencers to a forced medical examination that emphasizes the alleged experiencer's reproductive system. The first alien abduction narrative to be widely publicized was the Betty and Barney Hill abduction in 1961, and it sounds, these are the claimants. It sounds similar to what I just read, but it's not the same thing. The first abduction is Betty and Barney Hill abduction 1961, and also in Mussolini's fascist Italy they had them. Since that time, the credibility and mental health of alleged experiencers has taken on great importance to those seeking to determine the veracity of the abduction claims. Mainstream academics and members of the skeptics movement generally doubt that the phenomenon occurs literally as reported and have proposed a variety of alternative explanations, such as skeptics often argue that the phenomenon might be modern-day folk myth or vivid dreams occurring in a state of sleep paralysis. On the contrary, UFOologists and paranormal researchers hold a position closer to the face value of abduction claims. The discovery of common psychological traits shared by abductees would have the potential to determine a neurological explanation for the claims, while other commodities or differences may serve to reinforce that the claims of experiencers do in fact correspond with objective reality. He saw the Flintstones report. That's good. Yeah, so basically, you see, it's like sleep paralysis, like we're talking about the night terrors, where I've had that before, where it's alleged the demonic entities, the aliens, whatever, they'll go in people's sleep, and like you're frozen. This is what mainly is described. You're like, I know it's like perfect to hear why you're about to go to sleep soon. That basically you're about to go to sleep, and you wake up and you see like Winnie the Pooh standing over you, and you're frozen. Things like that. And also people are in a dream. Like I've had lucid dreaming about some of these demonic things, so it's kind of like a really bad, like kind of demonic-ish nightmare. And yeah, Benny and Barney thing. Yeah, Anthony, this stuff is funny. It is funny and ironic at the same time. And basically, what Anthony McQuaid, he is very good at exposing things that the Bible is talking about with this kind of stuff. And also what Anthony McQuaid sent me about how in Egypt, they looked underwater and they found the chariots from the time of Moses. They found the wheels and spokes. Like all the Bible stories are true. Because a lot of people say it isn't true, but it is true. Like if you want to read the news, like say like the situation with Israel and Palestine, and I'll say that both people on both sides, but basically what they're doing is that you have this situation where both people are dying on both sides. I don't condemn the violence, it's terrible, but basically like that's biblical that would happen. So that's a very interesting situation with that. And also, from what I remember, is that this alien stuff and the other things are biblical, have some psychological characteristics that render the testimony of a suspect. The Elizabeth Slater conducted a blind study of 9 abduction claimants and found them to be prone to mildly paranoid thinking, nightmares, and having a weak sexual identity. According to Umiv Smith, some alleged abductees test positive for lupus despite not showing any symptoms. So that's very interesting that they had them. And basically, alleged abductees are seen by many pro abduction researchers to have a higher incidences of non abduction related paranormal events and abilities following an abduction experience. These paranormal abilities and occurrences sometimes seem to become more pronounced, according to investigator Benton Jameson, abduction experiencers, who report the UFO sightings that should have been but not but are not reported by the independent collaborating witnesses often seem to be psychotic personalities. So they're trying to say that people are crazy that are seeing the alien stuff. Yeah, and thanks for the update, Stranded. Glad that you're telling us what's going on. It's very unfortunate what happened with the cat, with the little kitten. The comments. Nah, it's not that one. Yeah, so basically, as I was saying, we have a lot of situations with the skeptical people, and this is being exposed what they're doing. Rebel, good night. Thank you, Rebel, for coming. And I should be live on Monday around the hour of 7 p.m. Not at the maybe not exact time of 7 p.m., but around that time. And basically, the situation, the the nightmares, and they have lupus and these different things. And the alleged abductees are seen by many pro-abduction researchers to have a higher incidences of non-abduction related paranormal events and abilities. Following an abduction experience, these paranormal abilities and occurrences sometimes seem to become more pronounced, according to investigator Benton Jameson. And sometimes abductees experience the sensation of being both human and alien at the same time, a phenomenon Joe Nieman calls dual reference emerges in hypnotic regression sessions wherein the subject report pre-birth or pre-life existence as one of the same species as those he or she would later report abducting them. When presenting a paper on the subject in 1992, MIT Alien Abduction Conference, several investigators in the attendance accused him of leaning his subjects to in his hypnotic regression sensations, possibly encouraging them to confabulate. However, some of Neiman's research disagreed with the accusations defending him. In a study investigating motivations of alleged abductors, Jenny Randles found that in each of the 4 cases of the 50 total were experiencer who was over 40 years of age or more, they were rejected by the aliens for what they experiencers usually referred to be medical reason. Randalls concludes the abduction is essentially a young person's experience. Given the reproductive focus of the alleged abductions, it is not surprising that one man reported being rejected because he had undergone a vasectomy, and it could also be partially because people over the age of 40 are less likely to have hormonic or reproductive activity going. And as we can see, with a lot of the skepticism about the aliens, in detail, hearing about what these people are going through is absolutely, terrible. And I definitely wouldn't want to be in that situation. I've had strange dreams about aliens. Perhaps that was oppressed memories. And basically, I think we all here understand and are red pilled, and that the government hid a lot of stuff from us, and now this truth is coming out, and that's why, like, these old articles, you can see the diabolicalness of how they put the people that believed in or they were encountering UFOs down all the time. And you see how it all went to waste, and now they're being exposed for what they are. And it's very spooky and very good for Halloween. Let's see. Okay. So, as I was saying, the age demographics. So it's like people that are older and children as abductees. So they have some children that have claimed that they were abducted by aliens. Although abduction and other UFO related reports are usually made by adults, sometimes young children report similar experiences. These child reports often feature very specific details in common with reports of abduction made by adults, including the circumstances, narrative entities, and aftermaths of alleged occurrences. Often these young abductees have family members who have reported having abduction experiences. Family involvement in the military or a residence near a military base is also common among children claimants. Deborah Trunkale, a pro-abduction researcher, believes that the reports made by children should be taken similarly seriously to those made by adults. She notes several characteristic behaviors of children, fictionalizing stories such as pausing to think, attempting to anticipate the reaction of the listener, or trying to fake convincing eye contact. Trunkale sees child abduction claimants as lacking these main mannerisms. Instead, she says that they can be described as generally more animated than children making up stories. And you see all these things make sense, all these things collaborate with each other. Speaking quickly, they recall an account without the behavior that involves storytelling. Okay, Stranded, thank you for telling us, and that's good that you called them. That's good. Let's see. And my friend Nash, that does detailing, I'm going to put his link to his channel that he has. He does like detailing videos of the detailing stuff he does. I'll put the channel link here. Yeah. And he, like, my friend Nash, he remembers when I was in school with my other friend that we used to talk about aliens, and he believed us. And I knew this guy Nash since first grade, and like some of the people there were kind of silly, and they didn't take us seriously. But now, as you could see, that we're on YouTube, and we obviously on YouTube, and a lot of people took it seriously, and the government's not taking it seriously. So, as I said, I keep in touch with a lot of people from a young age, from like school, which is good. I don't always hear from all my friends, but it's good when I do hear from them and talk to them. And also, there are people that, so this is talking about the children, that children have seen these alien things. Some pro abduction researchers argue that children do not include the image of gray type alien as part of their image bank, and consequently, their reports are not likely derived from cultural depictions of UFO relation phenomena. Bud Hopkins once investigated several mask and novelty stores for a commercially produced gray alien costume for children, but could not. He feels that this supports the hypothesis that children are not familiar with grays. John Carpenter also believes that young children are not contemplated with cultural images of grays. He reports the fellow investigator, who is a school teacher, requested her children to draw an alien, and that none drew a gray like being. Children seem to react to their alleged abduction experiences differently from the adult claimants. Many alleged adult experiencers report doubting their sanity or veracity of what they believed happened to them. Children, by contrast, never seem to doubt that their experiences happened to them. For an adult, an abduction experience can change much of what they believe about the world. Children, however, by virtue of being in a formative stage of development, more readily assimilate the experience into their own developing worldview. Many repeat abductees report that as children from the age of 2 to 6, they would visit by balls of light that would enter their room at night. These balls seem to play games with the children and fly around the room. Some have interpreted them as being a way of alleged abductees to describe their psychic abilities. The way this physical ball helps develop coordination and athletic abilities. As such, these intangible orbs have been dubbed as psychic toys. Although these phantasms are alleged to have appeared regularly, no corroborating sightings from members of the abductees' families or others that may have been expected see them have been reported. So we have this situation with the psychic situations, and basically, you know, you have these little orbs coming in people's rooms, the children's rooms. I didn't know that, but it's good to get like an idea of what these people are going through. So this is very interesting stuff we're reading. Hopkins image recognition test. UFO and abduction researcher Bud Hopkins has designed an image recognition test known as the Hopkins Image Recognition Test, or HIRT, for children that he claims is helpful in verifying legitimate occurrences of alien abduction. There are 10 different illustrated flashcards in the HIRT, 9 of which depict images from myth, from the real world, from popular culture. The 10th image is the gray type entity commonly associated with claims of abduction. The images are drawn simply in black and white, featuring characters drawn in what Hopkins calls a neutral and inexpressive fashion. This supposed to be a preemptive measure intended to keep the images from affecting the children's response to emotional bias. Procedure. The test would be administered to two groups of about 10 to 12 children individually, one group being composed of children who are taught or thought to be possible abduction experiencers, and a control group. Furthermore, the test consisted of three parts. The first portion of the test is treated as a flashcard type children's game where the administrator asks the children to identify the figure depicted on the card presented to them. Hopkins reports that when the allegedly abducted children encounter the gray face, they frequently will respond by recounting a detailed abduction narrative containing elements of extremely similar to those found in claims made by adults. He even recalls an instance where a child claimant reported a baby presented scenario. Parents have sometimes supposedly seemed disturbed by their children's response to the gray face. He says no child in the control group of any test session has recognized or attached significance to the gray image. During this second phase, the HIRT administrator asks each child to separate the flashcards into two piles. During the second phase, the HRT administrator asks each child to separate the flashcards into two piles. One pile for those depicting characters and for those depicting characters they dislike. As the child divides up the cards, the administrator asks for the child to explain the reasons they disliked the characters on the cards. Hopkins says that abduction candidate children usually file an alien head under the dislike category for the reasons we have come to expect. By contrast, control group children often file the alien head under the like category because they have no reason to dislike something they didn't recognize. Stage 3 involves more active participation on the part of the children. The administrator will ask the child to make up a story about the imaginary encounter with character depicted on it. This usually acts as a trigger for reporting an abduction account, and potential abductees in earlier tests had not elicited explicit account of this type. Stranded, glad that you returned, and that is unfortunate about the situation with the sick cat. And you're right, Stranded, there's greedy people, and that they're going to put in an animal in that situation where they're going to let the animal suffer because of money. It's really greedy and disgusting. Cringe, especially when someone or some animal's life is at stake. That's that's cringe. I don't mind making money. I think it's good to make money, but in that situation, yeah, I do agree it's greedy. And criticism. Hopkins' test has been criticized by abduction researcher David Gottlieb, who felt that Hopkins used the terminology in describing the test implied it had been evaluated and standardized in a scientifically rigorous way when in fact it had not. Hopkins withdrew and offended statements. Psychologist Richard Boylan raised a similar objection to the way Hopkins had hyped the test. Boylan also voiced criticism the test itself, noting that the gray face was the only anomalous figure in the set, and the spooky narrative in response to the image was expected. This is an obvious but is not probative. And also, like what I was talking before about my friend's channel, I have like in the chat. He like does detailing and stuff. If y'all were interested, or anybody that wasn't around. But basically, now we have a situation where, Stranded, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, Strand says she has nothing against people making money, but sometimes doing the compassionate thing is better than money. It's like you wouldn't even want to do business with somebody or take your pet or an animal to somebody that's so cold and distant that they're going to not have somebody pay something because of money. Like that's just so. It's so disgusting. Reports of the abduction phenomenon have been made around the world, but are less common outside of the English-speaking countries, especially the United States. And one thing I'll add, it's like they don't even care about the animals. They're just trying to make money from it. Like anybody, if you ask anybody, they would take a cat in to help it. It's so cringe. In 1991, Hopkins, Jacobs, and sociologist Dr. Ron Westerm commissioned a Roper poll in order to determine how many Americans might have experienced the abduction phenomenon. Of nearly 6,000 Americans, 1119 answered in a way that Hopkins et al. Interpreted as supporting their ET interpretation of the abduction phenomenon. Based on this figure, Hopkins estimated that nearly 4 million Americans might have been abducted by extraterrestrials. The poll resulted are available at this external link. Yeah, sleep paralysis. All right. So, that's the thing with the aliens. All right. And also, Stranded, I'll say October 28th. The next full moon is October 28th. And The hunter's moon is generally in October, although once every 4 years the hunter moon makes an appearance in November. The hunter's moon and the other harvest moon that precedes it are characterized by moonrise of 30 minutes, compared with the typical 50 minutes. Essentially, these are early evening moonrises. It's like strain. It's like in the Civil War with the cat. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to go with the 2 lane. Stranded, can you? I don't know what I said. Can you make clear what you mean? I don't know what. I don't know exactly what I said or what you're reacting to of what something I said. So at Tulane, there was a pro-Palestinian protest, and there was this big fight that broke out, and they were waving the Israeli flag. I mean, to burn it, and some Israeli people they went and grabbed it, and then a giant fight started out. So this is in New Orleans. That's going on. Also, oh no, with the cat, it's because in the Civil War they had a lot of people that were injured and that were taken to the hospitals, and they didn't have like the hospitals that we have now where people could be refurbished and stuff that well. So that's why it's like you're dealing with like a Civil War patient. That's what it reminded me of. And in these other places they won't take the cat in because of the money. Just it's greedy. Yeah, so that's what happened, and that's what them trying to burn it, and then they had this big fight that broke out. Let's see. Let's do this real quick. We'll switch over here. Turn this off. See if I can play this. Yeah, so this is the protest at Tulane University. See, that's all of them fighting because they're trying to burn the Israel flag, and the Israel people are fighting it. This is in New Orleans at Tulane. Watch that again. And all this stuff is like, like the Bible talks about this. And, I think that this video, it's absolutely crazy what was going on. All this fighting on both sides, and there's deaths on both sides, Palestine and Israel, and that it's escalating. And over here now, it seems like the war is continuing over here. And we have the economy going down. We have all kinds of stuff happening. And this is the last thing we needed to happen. This situation. Yeah. So that's the thing that happened in New Orleans. And this is all biblical. The Bible talks about this war that would happen. Wars and rumors of wars. And, I'll get more into that as time progresses. And it's a big mess. You're stranded. You're very noble what you're doing, and you're doing your best to try to help the kitty. The kitty cat. And also the shooter. Yeah, and then the shooter that was shooting in Maine is a self-inflicted gunshot wound person had. And also, I mentioned about the Israel thing. Peach, she was telling me, like her family, and she knows people in the army, and they were saying that they believe that there's people here in the country that could incite some riots and activity for the Holy War, and that they're here, and like things like people came from the border and stuff. So everybody, she wanted people to be cautious about the situation, because there's people in the country that could be, obviously they're trying to be against us. Here. And so yeah, the shooter, he killed himself. All right, so that's some of the news that's going on. All right, so now we're going to talk about the movies. Now we're going to talk about a scary movie, like we did last time. And also Freddy Krueger. Freddy Krueger, A Nightmare on Elm Street film series. So this is like some background about the Nightmare on Elm Street movie that Johnny Depp was in. Frederick Charles Krueger, referred to as Freddy Krueger, and Fred Krueger, is a serial killer and the main antagonist of A Nightmare on Elm Street film series. A family man on the surface, Krueger was actually a serial killer known as the Springwood Slasher. And also, it is hinted in some of the films that some of his victims and their parents may have been from other parts of Springwood besides Elm Street. It is also hinted in some of the films that the people other than parents of the victims and people not living on Elm Street participated in the burning of Freddy Krueger throughout the film series, and many things are not only vague or hinted at. Okay, Amanda. Glad that you'll rewatch it. Glad that you're here. Welcome, Amanda. And I'm doing good, Amanda. I had to deal with another possum earlier around 10 a.m. today, and I got the possum out. I picked him up and I put him in the box. And also, basically, from what I was saying was I'm doing good. Everybody's doing well. The stream has been doing great, and I'm glad that everybody's here. And my friend Nash is watching from school. One of my friends who likes to do detailing, and it's all good. Anthony, good night. See you on the next one. Thank you for coming, sir. And my mom is watching also. She's just mute. All right. When he was caught and subsequently released on a technicality, the parents of his victims and possibly other people, as stated above, tracked him to the boiler room of the power plant he once worked at and burned him alive. 3 dream demons offered Kruger a chance to continue after his physical death with the ability enter his victim's dream and kill them in the dream world, which would thus cause their death in the physical world and absorb their souls afterwards. As revenge upon the people who burned him to death, he targeted those people's children who were obviously older than most of all his pre-death victims, as he targeted Mirage Thompson. He went almost as far out of his way to do this as targeting the teenagers. He later killed Donald Thompson, although he didn't go out of his way to do this. So he's age 26 at the time of physical death. Relationship, one of the maniacs, father unknown. Amanda Cougar, mother. So we got Amanda. They like using Amanda in these horror movies. And also the deceased Loretta, his wife, and Catherine Cougar, his daughter. Amanda says she didn't watch it yet, but I know the Fox put out the new video. That shooter, did they catch him? Amanda, the gentleman killed himself last night at some point. It was in a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Because I was telling you last night about how they thought that he killed himself, but they weren't sure. Now it's confirmed he killed himself. I have to turn a light out really quick. He is predominantly portrayed in Nightmare on Elm Street in film such as Robert Englund, and portrayed by actors in the Final Nightmares. He was briefly portrayed by Kane Holder and Jason Goes on the Friday of the Final. So basically, yeah, exactly. And also, Amanda, I believe that he has been judged by God and is like reaping what he sowed for what he did, and it's being meted back to him. But I understand on Earth he did. It's like he just killed himself and that's it. I understand. I feel the same way, Amanda. And Freddy Krueger's occupation: power plant technician, BRT, when he was alive, and he was also a killer, and he was a serial killer as well, and he's also a dream demon. Amanda Cougar, a nun who worked at the Hathaway House, an asylum for the criminality insane, was accidentally locked in a room where 100 maniacs were housed. They attacked, and she was attacked, and until she was found barely alive, and ultimately she became pregnant. In the September 1942, she gave birth to the boy named Frederick Charles Cougar, who was placed with an abusive alcoholic named Mr. Underwood. That's like him as a child. Like, when people, because people that had near-death experiences and saw hell, like the people, they'll reap what they sow. What they did to other people, it's meant to back onto them, over and over and over again. Like, graphically, and just they die and they come back. They die and they come back over and over again. So that will happen to him. He'll experience what he did to those people over and over and over. And it's good to pray for the victims. His victims are in a better place. And during his teenage years, he would cut himself for pleasure, and he used the same razor to kill the person that was taking care of him, that was bad. He was beating him as revenge for the abuse that he had. The Springwood Slasher, that's what they called me. That's what Freddy said. As an adult, Freddy worked at the local power plant and had raised a daughter with his loving wife. However, behind peaceful fade, he lay in his own twist heart, seething in horrific desire for vengeance and retribution for what Hell Springwood had inflicted on him, targeting the different youngsters of his former classmates, and now turned to the populace of Springwood. Freddy's MO was to take revenge, take the victims, and take them into the workplace he was at, and then he created the glove with the fish knives and the fingers, and he kidnapped them, and he did all kinds of terrible things with them, and then he threw them throughout town when he was done. And his acts earned him the reputation as the Springwood Slasher. And his victims were 20. He had 20 victims. And he was arrested. However, because the arrest warrant was signed in the wrong place and the judge, drunk at the time, was proceeding, Cougar was released, and the townsfolk were furious and took the law into their own hands. They cornered him in his lair and doused him in gasoline and set him on fire, which this should have happened to that dude that did the shooting recently in Maine. While the building was burning, Freddy was approached by dream demons. Cougar took the offer to the dream demons to continue his killing spree. He was allowed to roam the dream world, where damage inflicted was cause death in the physical world. In A Nightmare on Elm Street, Freddy invaded the nightmares of Tina, Nancy Thomason, Rod Lane, and Glenn Lewitz, which did the same amount of damage to her in the physical world, throwing and dragging her around the room, eventually killing her. Rod was accused of killing Tina and was arrested. Freddy hung him with the sheets in his bed in a cell, making it appear as though he hung himself. Freddy kept stalking Nancy, who devised the plan with her boyfriend to capture him, and that night, however, Glenn fell asleep, and Freddy pulled him out into the bed, shot him upward, fountain the blood. Nancy managed to pull him into the real world and set him on fire, but he killed Nancy's mother, Marge Thompson, by burning her to death. Nancy confronted Freddy final time, turned her back on him, draining him his powers, destroying him, and appearing to trap Nancy in a dream world where she is trapped to the red-green stripes with Tina and Glenn and Rod driving away. Now, I will say that the dude's, it's creepy, but the dude's style, like it's an interesting, like, the red with the green, it's an interesting pattern. Posing as Jesse. Go ahead, Jesse. Try it on for size. Kill for me. Nightmare on Elm Street 2. Freddy Revenge. Freddy was unable to operate in his usual way, so he appeared in nightmares of Jesse Walsh, who moved into Nancy's house 5 years after the defeat. Freddy, he manipulated him, made him pick up the claw glove, and would often possess him to kill his victims. So this has to do with, like, cursed objects. Like we talked about voodoo yesterday. We'll talk more about it throughout the series. And, you know, like, this is a form of voodoo or magic where some is a possessed object to do something evil. Instead, knives were protruding from the fingers. In the method, Freddy attempted but failed to kill Jesse's sister, killed Schneider, Jesse's coach, who has always punished him, and his friend Ron Grady. He also then proceeded to kill 7 guests as Lizzo Weaver's party before Lisa got through to Jesse, who is able to fight Freddy from inside, weakening him and using his power to set Freddy on fire, burning him and release Jesse unharmed. However, Freddy apparently returned to attack people in their nightmares, attacking Jesse and Lisa in the bus. Where or not this was the dream sequence is unknown. And also, basically, we have Stranded, who says that guy in Maine, they said he was in the military, and he told them he was hearing the voices in his head. He was in a hospital for a couple of weeks and released. Well, that's good. That's not good. That's not good that they released him. See, because I think the guy was absolutely crazy. And basically, what they were doing was, you know, they shouldn't have had him let out, especially him with a gun. Because I'm all for people owning guns, but the problem is when the person is using the gun for a bad purpose. You know, in this situation, he shouldn't have had a gun. He was not mentally stable. Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Freddy has killed a lot of the people, and for the people, he had revenge on the people that burned him to death, and also in the nightmares making it appear as though they were committing the suicide. And you have the different people: Joey Kursel, Orlin, Tylen, Jennifer Caulfield, all of whom were committed to the Whiston Hills Asylum. Synchronicity. We're just talking about the crazy guy in Maine, and they're saying that people were committed to an insane asylum. Okay, Stranded. That's fine. And also Jennifer making their deaths appear as suicides. Hypnosil was prescribed to them as a request of Nancy, who now works at Weston Hills, and Neil Gordon. Unfortunately, during the group hypnosis, Joey was captured by Freddy and hung in a fiery pit in his physical world, putting him in a coma. Nancy and Dream Warriors, Christine, Train, and Will, all those powers in their dreams, fought Freddy, but he was able to kill Train and Will. It is revealed that Freddy takes the souls of his victims in order to gain more power. Like I was talking before about how the occultists, they'll do that stuff to get energy, it's graphic, from their victims. And this logic is being applied here, that they took some stuff from occultism and they put it into the movie. Like we're talking about the aliens, how it mirrors the real aliens. This mirrors real occultism. Oh yeah, Stranded. Tories are female, and Tories have attitude. Well, usually certain breeds of cats are more prone to being, let's say, they're more prone to being boys and girls. Like a lot of orange cats are more male and torties are more female. So those are ways to tell. And also another situation is that, yeah, you can tell by looking in the back of them. You can see like a male cat will have some Chinese, or like a female cat won't have anything there, but it's usually the easiest way to tell is by bringing them to the vet to make sure. And if a cat is not fixed, a male cat will mark all the territory in the house. So those are ways to tell. And Freddy takes the souls of his victims in order to gain more power. And Nancy's father, Donald Thompson, and Neil attempt to bury Freddy's bones. He took control of them and impaled Donald on a spike. He then tricked Nancy and stabbed her to death, but she was able to use his glove against him in once last attempt to subdue him before she died. Meanwhile, Neil was able to bury Freddy's bones and throw holy water and a crucifix on them, causing him to disappear. So you see how this evil, demonic scumbag, Freddy, he was repelled by the holy water and the crucifix. And he says, "Welcome, wonderful Alice." Alice Johnson. In A Nightmare on Elm Street 4, the dream monster, Freddy, managed to resurrect himself during a dream by Kinnakid involving Kinnakid's dog, Jason, digging him up. He stabbed Kinnakid dead and drowned Joey when Christine's mother gave her sleeping pills. Freddy threw her into the furnace, but as Freddy took her soul, she transferred the power to Alice. Freddy used Alice to get more victims who are not from Elm Street by having her unintentionally pull them into the dream world and then killing them in this way. Freddy killed Sheila, making it appear as an asthma attack, and Alice brought Rick. He later killed Debbie before Alice, her boyfriend Dan Jordan and Alice used to share the stained glass window to reflect Freddy's evil back and causing them souls of his victims to tear him apart, destroying them and releasing them from him. Oh, Amanda, that sounds like a cool cat, Smoke. I like that name. And it sounds like she was a sweetheart. It's a boy, Freddy says. In Nightmare on Elm Street 5, Freddy was reborn, although the spirit of Amanda Cougar began using Alice's dream powers to pull more victims into his dream world and tried to control her unborn son, Jacob's soul, to enable him to live in Jacob's dream world. However, he killed Dan, Greta Gibson, and fed Jacob with their souls in order to turn him into the pure evil. Realizing this, Alice tried to find Amanda to bring Freddy back to hell. Later, he kills one of Alice's best friends, Mark Gray, before Alice could defeat him. After Mark's death, Alice calls her another friend, Yovine, who survived from another Freddy's attacks and released Amanda's soul, and she enabled Jacob to use his power on Freddy to revert him back into an infant, where Amanda absorbed him and he was last seen attempting to claw his way out. Kids. In Freddy's Dead Final Nightmare, Freddy killed all the victims in Springfield. He killed all his victims, except for John Doe, whom he made forget about his past and sent him into the house outside world so he could use him to get his daughter, who is now called Maggie Rose Roths, who he intended to use as a spread his influence outside of Springwood. He also kept the adults of the Springwood in mass psychosis when three troubled teens named Carlos, Spencer, and Tracy traveled to Johnson Maggie to Springwood and entered the house on Elm Street. Freddy killed Carlos and Spencer. And the picture you see is Freddy is stabbed by his claws and killed by his daughter, Maggie, using a pipe bomb. And Tracy and Doc remembered Carlos Spencer, and they were erased from everyone's memory once Maggie figured that out. He was Freddy's daughter, and Doc figured out that Freddy could be pulled out of the dream world and subsequently killed. Maggie entered the dream world and pulled Freddy out. There, she inflicted several injuries on him before stabbing him with his own clawed glove and sticking him with the bomb, which blew Freddy to bits and released his dream demons that gave him his powers. However, Freddy was dead in hell. He is unable to leave, as everyone else is not known of his existence and therefore cannot fear him. This allows Springwood to have 4 years apiece. Battle with Jason
Voorhees.
Make them remember me, Jason. Make them remember me what fear tastes like. Freddy Cougar to Jason Voorhees under the guise of Pamela. Voorhees, after his death, Freddy was struck in hell, unable to return either in a dream world or by physical world because no non-adults remembered him and therefore were not afraid of him. Those who made contact with him were locked in Whiston Hills to avoid infecting others and giving Hypnosil to prevent them from dreaming. I like that, Amanda. Yeah. However, in Freddy vs. Jason, Freddy discovered Jason Voorhees, another immortal serial killer who had been killed and sent to hell. At the conclusion of Jason Goes to Hell, and finally Freddy pulled Jason's mask into hell after his death by distinguishing himself as Jason's mother, Miss Voorhees. He was able to bring Jason back to life to spread fear so people would think he was back. Eventually, Freddy was able to return when enough fear was spread across Springwood. But one thing Freddy hadn't Will Rollins, Kia Watterson, Charlie Lunderman, Bill Freeberg. Yeah, so basically, and Deputy Scott Stubbs went to Western Hills to get Hypnosil. Freddy possessed Freeberg, who was high, to inject Jason with tranquilizer. Though Jason killed Freeberg in the process, Freddy attacked Jason inside his dream but was unable to kill him. However, he nearly succeeded in drowning him until Jason woke up. Laurie and others were currently taking Jason to Crystal Lake to give him home field advantage for fight. Laurie pulled Freddy out of the dream world and he fought Jason initially. Fight worked more in Freddy's favor as his agility was enough to overpower the much slower and stronger Jason. Jason, however, soon gained the advantage until Freddy cut off his fingers, took his mustache, and inflicted several injuries on him before Laurie set them both on fire, causing an explosion that sent them flying into Crystal Lake. Before the explosion, Jason pulled off Freddy's arm. Freddy survived and tried to kill Laurie and Will, but was stabbed by Jason using his own severed arm, and Laurie decapitated him with Jason's machete. Afterwards, Jason walks out of Crystal Lake holding Freddy's head. It looks as if Jason had won the battle, but Freddy's head winks at the camera, followed by his laughter as the screen goes black, so it appears that Freddy has survived and will continue to kill another day. Freddy was disguised as Will. Alternate ending. This is alternate ending. Freddy was disguised as Will, who was having, doing certain things with Laurie, but Freddy was revealed his glove and kills her. Alternate ending 2. Freddy and Jason were going to continue their battle in hell, but they get stopped by Pinhead. It's Pinhead, but I like saying Pinhead. From the Hellraiser films, and says, "What seems to be the problem, gentlemen?" That's funny. In Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash, Freddy is trapped inside Jason Voorhees' head and wants to get out. He manages to learn the Necronomicon Ex Mortis and once again uses image of Pamela Voorhees and tricks Jason. And he uses Jason to bring him to the curse book, but had no idea that Ash Williams was going to be here in Crystal Lake, which was renamed Forest Green, and Ash learned from a group of kids at the new mega-sized S-Mart about Jason himself. Ash thinks of him as some of the Deadite monster, so he goes to the Voorhees house himself to learn the truth. There, Ash finds the book, and he, along with the group of kids, barely escaped their lives because Jason was hot on their trail. Okay, Amanda. Thanks for sharing. That's interesting. The gang makes its back to the S Mart, but Jason follows them and begins killing all the other store shoppers. Ash, Jason, Tangle. But Ash is made a chump by Jason. He escapes with the book. The Necronomicon is brought to Jason's shrine to his mother, where her severed head, along with Freddy's severed head, is as well. Freddy recites the chant. Now, I don't know, since it's not a language I know, I don't know if that is really something demonic, so it's just something in like some gibberish language to make himself all powerful again. He fully intends to go back to business and killing kids, but intends to deal with Ash first. Ash and the kids he is with fell asleep, and Ash dreams about being back in the same cabin where he lost his hand. However, he had his hand back, but soon morphs into looking very similar to Freddy's bladed glove. Ash quickly retreats to the tool shed and gets the chainsaw and loop it off. Freddy makes an entrance. Freddy manifests himself from the pools of blood and spat Ash to attempts of killing him. Like, the Bible will say, like, and this is just a movie, of course, based on occultic things. And, like, basically, like, the Bible will say, like, if there's a language that people speak that no one knows, that's not from Earth, it's something demonic. So that is an example, like, say there he was saying the chant. He says like Klata, Brata, Nikto. It's like some kind of a it's gibberish for the movie. But that's an example. I tell you this because it's an example of some kind of a language that's not native to us. And like in a real situation in real life, if you were to see things like that, you would know that it's something to stay away from. Like in a real situation. Right. Ash manages to escape by waking himself up, but he soon learns that whatever happens in the dream world also happens in the real world. One of the kids he was protecting learned that the hard way when Freddy killed him off, which made Ash incredibly sad and disgusted. They came up with a plan though finally to kill Jason and Freddy, which is they went back to Voorhees' house using the book Freddy gave himself, power to exist in both worlds, but also made Jason much smarter. Jason and Freddy's alliance ended with them trying to kill each other off, but Ash and another survivor finally managed to defeat them both. Freddy was sent to the Deadite dimension, and Jason was trapped underneath the frozen crystal lake. However, Jason's eyes opened up more to provide that they cannot defeat. So basically, in this situation, you see that how this movie plays out and the writing behind it. It's very, very interesting. And now we're getting into powers and abilities. Freddy can enter the dreams of anyone on Elm Street and Springwood, providing that there is enough fear of him and whatever. And that's a good metaphor because it's like you fear something, it has power over you. Like the fear makes demonic entities stronger. They like fear. And whatever injuries he inflicted on them in the dream world will cause over into the real world. This is how he kills his victims. He usually uses his clawed glove, but often manipulates the dream world around him, usually in accordance to the person's personality of fears. For example, he turns Debbie, who hates bugs, into a cockroach and crushes her. Injects Train, who has a history of using drugs, with heroin, smashes Jennifer's face into TV. When Jennifer wanted to be an actress, appears on TV, he cannot be killed. And while he is in the dream world, he displayed various capabilities, which include the ability to regenerate the lost body parts, shape-shifting, telekinetic powers. Even when he is pulled out of the dream world and into the real world, he enhanced physical capabilities, is quite adept to the mental claws, can withstand an incredible amount of damage that no living human can take. That's the powers and abilities. Weaknesses. Freddy cannot spread his influence beyond Springwood, unless he uses his daughter to get there. If he killed, he cannot he cannot return if no one remembers him or is afraid of him. He can also be pulled out of the dream world, in which case he is mortal, cannot use most of the power, although he retains some of them, like climbing up the ceiling or shapeshifting into the unburnt self, as evidence in Freddy's Dead. And he can die, though as shown in Freddy's Dead and Freddy vs. Jason, he can withstand slightly more regular humans do, as he suffers multiple injuries by Maggie and Jason and survives when anyone else might have been killed. Such injuries, but apparently can be killed by injuries serious enough as expressions of decapitation, despite the fact that he sometimes uses it to kill his victims. Freddy appears to be afraid of fire, as by fire that caused mortal death should an indication occur between Freddy and his dream masters. The demons have capabilities of taking away Freddy's powers, rendering him in a weakened state, as stated shown in Dream Master as a literal nightmare. He is adversarially weak against mirrors and reflections as they come to recall his pain and torment that he had long inflicted on others. His appearance. Freddy is easily recognizable by his red and green striped sweater and claw glove and his brown hat. His post-death. He's easily recognizable by burns in his face and body. For some reason, his eyes appear to not be burned. Films, Nightmares on Elm Street, Nightmare on Elm Street 2. Yeah, and we got the different quotes and things here. He says, "This is God. Hey, Nancy, no running in the hallway. Come to Freddy. Nancy, help me, please. Save me from Freddy. I'm your boyfriend now, Nancy. Gonna get you." He's gonna cut him in two. Like some quotes he had, so they have a whole thing of his quotes. "You've got the body. I've got the brain. Go ahead, Jesse. Try it on for a size. Kill for me. You are all my children now. Help yourself. There is no Jesse. I'm Jesse now." And also, you see, like in this movie, he likes to masquerade as other people. Like he's able to like shapeshift. Like we talk about the shapeshifters and things like that. I think it's very interesting how he's able to shapeshift. Wait, it says, "Help yourself, fucker." That was one of the quote he said. And let's see what he said during the time of Jason. That one. So this is what the ones he said in Jason. "Being dead wasn't a problem, but being forgotten, now that's a bitch." That's true in a way. It's like everyone dies, but it's about the legacy you pass on. There's a dog outside somewhere, I guess, or something barking out there. That's what's in the background. And also, like Pirates of the Caribbean, they're talking about being dead wasn't a problem. The problem was being like forgotten. He says, "Welcome to my nightmare. Oh, don't worry about his little errand boy. The only thing to fear is fear itself." That's true. Fear, no fear, but fear itself, right? He's like, and I quote all this from him. "You're like a big stupid dog who can't stop eating, even though your master says you've had enough." So they put some comedy into this stuff. It's time to put the bad things to stop for good. Not his arm. Ah, so you're afraid of something after all, huh? How sweet, dark meat. And also, yeah, it's interesting how they have all these quotes. It's very interesting. All right, and now I want to review another movie. Talk about this Texas Chainsaw Massacre. This is very interesting. Let's see. Is this what I want to see? It's kind of similar. Let's see. It's somewhere over here. This, it has a whole section about it. This is something. Yeah. Let's see. Is that what I want to see? No, that's not it. I didn't want to see the individual. Oh, this is what I want to see. Okay, Stranded. Thank you for coming. Glad that we saw you tonight, and see you on the next one. All right, so this is very interesting to me. So this is about the Sawyer family, the family that in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The Sawyer family, also called the Slaughter family, and also renamed as the Hewitt family in the remake, in the prequel, are a large southern white American family of inbred butchers, cannibals, and serial killers in Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise. And they live in Newt, Texas, where they engage in human hunting, where they would capture and murder wandering travelers that ventured near their ranch before having their fresh cooked into food to be sold to unsuspecting customers. In the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D, the timeline of the Sawyer family are the worst enemies of the Hartman family, mostly notorious, but Hartman. They're called the Sawyer family. Their Alice's are the Sawyers, the Slaughter family, the cannibals, and their occupations: farmers, murderers, butchers, and it's in Williamson County, Texas. Yeah, Drayton Sawyer, the cook, and the brother of the in the 3D timeline of Bubba Nubins and Chop Top. Nubin Sawyer, one of the two eldest brothers, also known as the Hitchhiker. He was the one that was like in Vietnam. That was like crazy. Chop Top, Nubin's twin brother and Vietnam War soldier. Okay. Well, I guess it depends on which tradition. Leatherface, the youngest brother, who's usually kills the victims. Grandpa Sawyer, the old and frail father of the Drayton and grandfather of Nubin's Chop Top, and Leatherface, his grandsons, often ask him to kill victim for them, but he proves too old and frail to do so. Grandma Sawyer, Grandpa Sawyer's wife, she died at an unspecified time before the first film, and events, although her, you know, corpse has been preserved by the family, was originally kept in the attic of the Sawyer house. So that's just some stuff about it, and we got a whole Pokemon card over here on the right side of the screen of Sally. That's hysterical. Not much is known about the family history of the Sawyers. What is known is that some of them used to work as butchers at a slaughterhouse. Grandpa Sawyer, who has also worked there as an employee, proved to be proficient at executing the cattle at high speeds. However, when the plant began switching to use the usage of machinery, the Sawyer family fell into poverty. After Grandpa Sawyer quit his job to protest, at an unknown point in the time, some family members, such as Grandma Sawyer, had passed away, leaving Drayton Sawyer as the head of the family. As the surviving Sawyers have no other profession skills, save for Drayton, who only knows how to cook, as well as no money and food, the family restored to the cannibalism. Right. So they couldn't afford food, so they ate people. Where they began to killing other people for food. They also used flesh of their victims to make their chili barbecue, which Drayton sells to the public from his restaurant gas station. It was stated that the latter, since he doesn't have pleasure in killing, makes his brothers do the job while he does the cooking. Yeah, so they're like cannibals, obviously. I thought that was interesting when I was reading about the history about these people and like what led them to do this to become what they were. We know in the country there's a lot of hard times people are going through, and hopefully there's not more instances like people doing crazy stuff like this. In the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Drayton was owner of a gas station and Newman's was a hitchhiker. Leatherface, since he doesn't have a job, mostly does the killing as he murdered Kirk, Pam, and Jerry when they entered the Sawyers family house. He later killed Franklin Hardesty Enright and chased his sister Sally Hardesty until Drayton took her to his house. Grandpa Sawyer appeared as a corpse, but when Sally's finger was cut and Grandpa licked the blood, he was revealed to be alive. Yeah, because I remember, like, it looked like it was dead, but it was, like, not really. This is the one from 74. Oriaton, he doesn't take pleasure in the killing. Instead, he having the younger siblings do it, and they try to have the grandpa do it, but he's too weak. And then Leatherface tried to help out. And I'll tell you about Leatherface. He is a transsexual person. That's what that mask means. When it was him is with the makeup on, with the hair, it's like the transgender thing. And like different personalities. That's what the different masks mean. And to see how these horror movies correlate with things now and things with occultic things. And the Christian cause to fight them. And then Sally took advantage of the opportunity and escaped from them. And Newbins was killed when the 18-wheeler ran him over, and Leatherface was hit with a wrench by the driver, causing him to accidentally cut his leg with his own chainsaw. In the first movie, it's impaled, and the family name is Slaughter, not Sawyer. And the Drayton gas station, the name was Wee Slaughter. It seemed more than just a joke due to their cannibalistic tendencies. Yeah, and she got away from them. So that is pretty cool that she was able to get away from them. 12 years later, in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, the Sawyers all moved to a new underground house in an abandoned carnival. Drayton was winning awards for making the best chili. Unbreakest known to the town, it was using the human meat for the chili. And there were more. And there were more mysterious chainsaw killings by Leatherface through no one discovered them at the time. Venita Stretch Brook played the tape recording of the death of Buzz and Rick, two victims of the Leatherface on radio, leading Dayton, the sending Leatherface and Newbin's brother Chop to kill her and her co-worker LJ Chop. Top morality wounded LG, but Leatherface fell in love with Stretch and didn't kill her, telling Chop Top that she was dead. Amanda, that's alright. I figured that you're doing something with that. Glad to have you back. And eventually, Lieutenant Leafty Enright attacked Drayton with his chainsaw and dueled Leatherface, implying him with the chainsaw on the table. Drayton set off a grenade, appearing to kill himself. Leatherface, Grandpa Sawyer, and Leafty Chop Top escaped and was chased after the Stretch, who later killed him with a chainsaw. Grandma Sawyer died sometime before the event of the films, and her skeleton was treated as if it were still alive, and the shrine full of bones, chainsaws, and other macabre decorations. When Stretch grabbed the chainsaw in the second film, Grandma Sawyer's skeleton crumbled, and Chop Top yelled, "You killed her, you bitch." Oh yeah, Amanda. It is a great movie, and I'm reading about the second one in this. And yeah, but basically, there are very great movies. And like the Sawyer family, they used to work at like a farm. They did like butchering and stuff. And also, what happened was like, yeah, because I understand, man, that you're confused by it. It's very abstract and like psychedelic. Like it was by the time when the psychedelics were there. And she said the super old ones were weird, but you try to watch it, but it was so different than the newer ones. Yeah, and exactly. You see, with Leatherface, he was the family. They were farmers, and they did butchering, and then they lost. One of them was in Vietnam, and they lost all their money, and they lost all the jobs. So they were resorted to eating people, the people that wandered into their place. So I'll tell you about the history about it, and like basically they provided the profession of executing the cattle in high speeds, and the plant began switching to usage of machinery. The Sawyer family fell into poverty, and after the grandpa quit his job in protest, and at some point in time, they started eating people because they didn't have any way to get food. Oh yeah, man, exactly. And there's still like people in remote like country areas, and also basically that some of the now country people I know, and like from like you two are pretty cool, but there are like secluded areas of people, And like some people, like I'll hear about, like, so like Peach will tell me about, certain things, that there seems to be some kind of weird people like this out there. Yeah. And so this was based off of like events, like people they couldn't get any food, so they went and did cannibalism. People that wandered in their place. And the Leatherface, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. Amanda, I forgot the name of that movie, but I know what you're talking about. And also, some YouTubers have made their own short little stories based off of that. And yeah, so with Leatherface, based in Wisconsin, Ed Gein, and he went out and killed like people, and he made like human like lampshades and stuff out of people. Tex Sawyer, a hitchhiker and cowboy, and Leatherface's brother, his real name is Edward. He is the main antagonist in the film. Ann Sawyer, Leatherface's mother. Elfrando Sawyer, a brother of Leatherface. Tinker Sawyer, brother of Leatherface, with a hook for a right hand. Leatherface referred to as Junior by his family. Baby Sawyer, who is a daughter of Leatherface. Leatherface has a daughter, chat. Wow. W.E. Sawyer, the only member of the original family prosecuted for the 1973 massacre, who was sentenced to death in 1981, mention only. Let's see which one this one is. Yeah, he was sentenced to death for what they did. And also Ann Sawyer, had a fight with the rifle, and they had a big fight between the family. Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Next Generation. In Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Next Generation, which takes place 5 years after Leatherface, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, they're involved in a conspiracy by the Illuminati members of this family are. So there's an Illuminati conspiracy. Remember I was just saying before about how the horror movies correlate with real things, with the occult and stuff. So now there's conspiracy with them with the Illuminati. Okay, Amanda, thanks for telling me. I'm going to look that one up real quick. A 2020 film. Not true. Not it. Alive. No, that's not true. That's not it. All right, 1972. It's a true story. Oh, it happened on Friday the 13th. That's very interesting, Amanda. There's a lot of conspiracies about the Friday the 13th that a lot of bad things have happened on that day. That many murders, many catastrophes have occurred on Friday the 13th, and also with the flights. So, yeah, this is something I've heard about. Yeah. Thanks for sharing this, Amanda. Oh, yeah, Amanda. It is crazy, to eat another person. That's definitely, you know, intense. Yeah, Amanda. Yeah, I agree. It's best not to fly on that day. That's the airplane movie, Peter Graves. That was a funny one. That's the funny airplane movie. Oh yeah, you see, Amanda. It's like they're stuck in the mountains, and there's a lot of snow, and it's just yeah, they just maybe they didn't have a large. Things are not like how they were now. Like if it happened now with the drones and all, and the helicopters we have, say the 2000s, I mean, they would have probably found them sooner. But like considering the time period, it wasn't like as a large scale, and they weren't prepared for something like that, in my opinion. Oh, Amanda, I watched a funny one all the time, like when I was like, coming up. That movie's great. I recommend it, highly recommend it. And Peter Graves is in it. And Peter Graves was in the first Mission Impossible, like the spy movies. And he was the. And later on, Tom Cruise takes over Mission Impossible, and the new movies are from him. Yeah, it's hilarious. What's the storyline of which movie, Amanda? I mentioned two different things. The one of Mission Impossible or the one of the airplane movie? The funny one. Okay, so Mission Impossible. So basically, what happened was the Mission Impossible movies. It's about these spies from America, and there was a TV series that would come on like CIS, NCIS, Los Angeles. Movies. It was like TV shows like that came on in the '60s, and basically, so Mission Impossible, they go and they take they go to the Soviet Union. They do espionage in the Soviet Union and the Iron Curtain in the Soviet bloc. So it was these spies from NATO and the West and America that tried to disable and dismantle various things from the dictators of Soviet Union and the satellite states to dealing with the drug cartels. So they would disguise themselves as like those people, and they would hold all these gadgets and different things. That's where the spy stuff originates from. It originates from this. The spy music you hear in movies and TV shows originates from this. And that's what it all is. And they have like these masks they put on, and on Me TV, this channel, it comes on that channel on Sunday night really late. And they also have DVDs of it. So it's a very good series, and they had various actors throughout different time periods. And they had ones that they're at the casinos and stuff like that. It's very good. I watched that one coming up, as a teenager. Yeah, it is complicated. And then Tom Cruise. So, like, what happened was there's a Tom Cruise, and that Peter Graves' character right here, the guy with the gray hair, it's like he does something bad, and like the movie that, and then like he becomes like a defector. I'm not spoiling anything because the spoil line, I'm not spoiling anything because the movie line, is like what happened. So basically, then Tom Cruise like takes the place of Peter Graves, his character, which his name in the movie is Jim. And so Tom Cruise is like the continuation of that. That's what his movies are. Now the original cast totally hated and disliked the way they did it. Well, I'm not giving too much away about it, but like they didn't like the way they did it, so he wasn't like involved. So John Voight played the guy instead. All right. Yeah, Amanda, I understand. All right. Well, then I'll explain more about it then. So basically, the thing is like this dude that was in the IMF, the Impossible Mission Force that was around, in this timeline. So this dude, like the gray hair dude, he kills off his entire group, his entire team, and then because he was like a Soviet defector, and then Tom Cruise takes over. Right, because I know there's a one where John Voight played one, and then he played the other one. Because I do remember, I think it was him playing it. I have to go and see about that. But yeah, so that's basically what happened. And the original cast was like triggered because the gray haired guy, he was always like a reliable person. Let's see. Tom Cruise. Yeah, it says that Graves refused to reprise the role of Jim Phelps, played by John Voight, and then the first 1996 theatrical film of Mission Impossible, after the character was revealed to be a traitor and the villain of the film. So they had to choose a different actor. And also Amanda says I like the Casino movie where they playing the Robin very good. Yeah, it sounds like a very good movie what you're talking about. Yeah. And she says, "Oh man, alien, I gave myself a bad paper cut opening my mail. Those hurt." And she laughs. Yeah, opening. Yeah, Amanda, that does hurt. That's happened to me. Yeah, so that's Tom Cruise, and that's like showing you like that was the team before, and that's like him. He's like the sequence of it. And I think that they could have written the movie differently, in my opinion, where they could have made it where the other side wasn't bad and he like takes place. I don't know why he has to be a villain. Like it's kind of like out of character. Right. So yeah, basically, I think it could have been done a little bit differently, but yeah, that's basically the thing. Okay, so she says Ocean's 11. It has George Clooney in it. All right, that's pretty cool. Thanks. Yeah, so they robbed a couple of different casinos. That's pretty cool. I think the casinos are pretty cool. Thanks, Amanda, for letting me know. All right, yeah, I like the way the casinos look. I've always have. Very interesting. And the Texas Chainsaw Massacre thing. This is the that's the family picture, and that's it about that. All right. Yeah, and also let's see. Yeah, so as I said, this is pretty cool. I think, as I said, the casinos. Now, I wouldn't, I'm not into casino games, but I think they have like restaurants and stuff in casinos. That part sounds interesting. My uncle used to go to Las Vegas, and he liked it there. And my dad also was over there too, sometimes. Before I was born. Let's see the casino restaurants. I'm just curious what they look like. Okay. And also, Amanda says they just are expensive and are not that great. And she says casinos are a good time, just get smoky at night and on the weekends. All right, Amanda. Thanks for the info about that. All right, so mouse is going to reconnect. All right, good. As I said, they look very interesting looking. You know, they want to get people's money. All right, that looks pretty cool. All right, water. And she says, I wish she could go to right now and she could relax and she could play a bit of slots. Red Casino is fun too, just a little far from her. Yeah, Amanda, I understand, that you like that and you want, have a good time. Yeah, I understand. She says the Rock Casino. Yeah, that looks interesting, Amanda. Looking at the casino pictures. Yeah, Amanda, I understand. Yeah, they have those different machines and things. However, there is a way of playing cards, of playing poker and different card games where you could win. In the in the casinos, they'll have the either it's called a pit boss or the guards or something that take you out if you play the poker game right because they don't want you to win. All right, Amanda, thank you. I knew about card stuff. I have to go back and like refresh your memory about it. Amanda, that's interesting. I see. And also like I'm not into the gambling thing. In my opinion, it's not something I'm into. But it's interesting that they have these games and stuff, and that's cool that you won that, Amanda. And also the lights are very luring to people. And also, yeah, so the slot machines look interesting. Reminds me of the games they have in those apps. I remember the casinos. Like there was this game. I mean, there was this TV show that would come on Me TV. It was an old western thing, and they would be on the steamboat in New Orleans, and also they would be gamblers on the steamboats, and I thought it was pretty cool because all that originated from the old west, and I think that's really cool. Yeah, speaking of that, this is the movie, the TV show that I saw. They look good. That's the they had that. Yeah, so I always thought the Cowboys and stuff, the Old West, I always liked that since I was a kid, and it's really interesting about that. In New Orleans, they're like some of the coffee shops around here. They'll have these casino game rooms, and also there's the lottery. Also, so there are the little games and stuff. I remember when I was at some event for a kid's birthday. I was friends with, and I was trying to get this DS thing, and I kept on spending the tokens to get it, and I just couldn't get the thing to snip the snuff. But yeah, the casino games are interesting. You know, yeah, his name was Maverick. The TV show, it's called Maverick. Yeah, so that's the people doing the casino games. James Butler, Wild Bill Hickok, Wyatt Earop, and Bat Masterson are remembered today as fearless lawmen of cattle towns, but all were professional gamblers who spent many more hours at the faro poker tables than ever did patrolling the streets. Oh yeah, she loves everything old western. Well, that's good. So in the history, the heyday of gambling in the West lasted from 1850 to 1910. Gambling was the one of the form of entertainment in the West, and nearly everyone living there engaged in it at one time or another. Cowboys, miners, lumberjacks, businessmen, lawmen, and played a game of chance for pleasure and profit. It was actually illegal in the western cities. And the Las Vegas Strip became the nation's casino capital. To overcome the Great Depression, Nevada legalized gambling as a way to bring economic relief. In 1931, Nevada legalized most forms of gambling when Assembly Bill 98 was signed into law, providing a source of revenue for the state. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting about the history about it. Several well known gamblers in the Old West include such names as Bat Matterson, Pat Garrett, Doc Holliday, Dottie Dino, Luke Short, Poker Alice, Sloppy Smith, Wild Bill Hickok, Wyatt Earp, Kitty Leroy, Billy the Kid, and Ben Thomason. I didn't know Billy the Kid did that. I'm not surprised though. The Frontier Gambler is one of the most recognizable stock characters in the 19th century American frontier. Historically, gamblers were both male and female and came from a variety of professions, classes, and geographic backgrounds. Many different nationalities and were part of the well respected profession. Has increasingly populated and domesticated, public perception of gambling changed to a negative one and led nearly all the state and territorial legislatures to pass anti gambling laws. In an effort to clean up their towns, the gambler continues to captivating figures of the imagery of the West, representing the openness of society and invoking association. Heyday gambling in West lasted from 1850 to 1910. Gambling was the number one form of entertainment in the West. Nearly everyone living there engaged in one time or another. Cowboys, miners, lumberjacks, businessmen, lawmen all play games of chance for pleasure and profit. Whenever a new settlement or camp started, one of the first buildings or tents erected would be gambling hall. As settlement grew, these halls would become larger and more elaborate in proportion. Gambling halls were typically the largest and most orientally decorated buildings in any town and often housed a bar, stage for entertainment. hotel rooms for guests. These establishments were a driving force behind the local economy, and many towns measured their prosperity by the number of gambling halls and professional gamblers. They had towns that were friendly to gamblers were typically known as wide awake or wide open for their acceptance of gambling. All right, Amanda. Yeah, I understand, and that's cool that you enjoy that. And also in the old west, another thing that's cool, they had a lot of silver. Like they use like silver coins and stuff. Most Western citizens considered gambling to be a respectable profession, and those who chose to make a living doing it. It were respected members of society. Gambling was not only the principal and best paying industry of the town at the time, but it was also reckoned among the most respectable, wrote Bat Matterson in 1907. Professional gamblers ran their own games by renting a table at a gambling house and banking it with their own money because of this. Many professional gamblers settled in one place in order to be successful as an established businessman. A gambler needed to cultivate a reputation for fairness in running a straight game. These men were known as sports. They did not drink, cheat, or swear. They paid rent, licensing fees, encouraged customers to run up bar tabs, and did their best to act as historian Hubert Hoover Bancroft put it, reputable and respectable merchants. And she says the hotel rooms, unless you get one, the super expensive suites, really aren't anything special. And she says that's true. Could you imagine if we were around the gold rush? Must have been exciting for people. Exactly, Amanda. Exactly. That would sound exciting. And also, a lot of people that were selling picks, wheelbarrows, and shovels, they were also making a lot of money too. Those that selling people stuff for the gold rush. Most Western citizens consider gambling to be a respectable profession, and those who chose to make a living doing it were respected members of society. Gambling was not only a principal, best paying industry in the town at the time, but it was also reckoned among its most respectable, wrote Matterson in 1907. Professional gamblers ran with their own games by renting a table at a gambling house and banking it with their own money. And Bancroft distinguishes between types of professional gamblers: the free floating professional and the established legit, and the recreational gentleman. The California Gold Rush in 1849 created one of the largest draws of migrant gamblers, and San Francisco soon became the gambling hotspot of the West. Famous gambling houses include the Parker House, Samuel Diensen's Exchange, and El Dorado Gambling Saloon. Portsmouth Square was famous for the many houses that clustered closely around it. Gambling was also popular in many mining camps throughout California in the Southwest. Gambling was so closely associated with the gold rush that the overland route to California that passed through Panama became known as the Gambler's Route. Dealers lay in wait everywhere, and it's said that many an expedition to gold fields ended in camp before it even began. Mining towns outside of California developed large scale gambling as well. Deadwood, Silver City, and Tombstone were all as well known for their many gambling halls and saloons as they were for their rich mineral deposits. Cattle towns in Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Nebraska became centers of gambling as well. Thanks to railroad cattle industries, a great number of people worked and around these towns. Plenty of money to wagger. Abilene, Dodge City, Wichita, Omaha, Kansas City all had an atmosphere that was convivial to gaming. Not surprisingly, such atmosphere also invented trouble, and such towns also developed a reputation as lawless and dangerous places. Women gamblers. Men were not the only ones who played at games of chance. Women placed their bets as well as the sight of petticoats at the table was normal. Many women played, dealt, ran their houses. This choice profession offered them opportunity to attain monetary independence and social stature. One of the most famous was Eleanor Dumont, known more for crudely in her later years as Madame Mustache. Miss Dumont ran several different houses throughout the career in Nevada, Idaho, Montana, and South Dakota. Another, Alice Ives, started gambling after the death of her husband, known more popularly as Poker Alice. She was a popular recognized figure in the West for her nearly 40-year-long career. Katie Leroy made use of her appeal and flamboyant personality as well. Grant gambling ability became a force of nature in Deadwood. She had multiple husbands and did not hesitate to get rid of men once she tried them. Perhaps they were lucky because Kitty also had a reputation for shooting men as well. Interesting. Many nationalities and races were represented by frontier gamblers, especially in California during the gold rush. Prospectors came from all over the world in search of gold and naturally played games of chance. This includes Mexicans, Chinese, Australians, and Peruvians, Anglo migrants to areas of the Southwest. Pre established Mexican populations discovered gambling there, waiting for them. Most towns had at least one of the two gambling houses. One of the most popular games, Monte, originated in Mexico and was adopted, later modified into three-card Monte. Chinese were avid gamblers who brought a variety of games which them to North America, including Fontan and several different lottery variants. Chinatown, and San Francisco contained a great number of gambling houses. It was a popular destination for those seeking to play. Yeah, Amanda, she does sound like a great catch. Yeah, she sure does. Gamblers preferred fast-paced games, allowed them an opportunity to turn profit quickly. Pharaoh was most popular game. I don't even know what that is. Was the most popular game of the time and was known for the king of all games. It was not the only game people played in Monte Venti un 21 roulette, chuck, a luck were a popular ways to take risks. Poker was not initially popular because of its slow pace, but gradually increased in popularity as time went on. Not all games required playing cards. Dice games, such as craps, were common were games involving wheeled devices such as roulette, hazard, saloon, and gaming tables were not the only places to bet. However, Westerners had a well deserved reputation for being willing to bet on anything. Horse races became an enormously popular means of wagering, and foot races and boxing matches provided a similar opportunity between fights between animals that were popular, as well as cockfighting, which is a bunch of, you know, chickens fighting each other, dog fights. That's terrible, or even panther versus bear battles. Wow, wild. Yeah, Pharaoh is a game. I'll explain. Yeah, so yeah, roulette, and she lost. Yeah, so basically, Pharaoh is a 17th century French gambling game using cards. It is a descendant of Basset, known as Barbacoa and Hoka, is a gambling game using cards that was considered one of the most polite. It was intended to persons of highest rank because the great losses or gains that might be acquired by players, and belongs to the Languissant and Montebank family of games due to the use of banker and several players. Winning or losing occurs when cards turned up by banker match those already exposed. It is not direct relative of poker, but Pharaoh was often just as popular due to the fast action, easy to learn rules, and better at odds. In popular culture, the popular stereotype of the frontier gambler presents a tall, thin man wearing a mustache. He is well groomed and wears a tailored suit, usually black, usually having a southern background, and frontier gambler is presented as a gentleman in a manner and custom and is concerned with maintaining his honor. The gambler possesses a calm demeanor and is a cool under pressure, but when crossed insanity becomes a cold-blooded killer. Gambling and gamblers are featured in many Western books, movies, and programs. Results of high occurrences reflects the ambiguity of the activity in Western society. The high frequency of these scenes reveal the close association between the West and gambling that continues today, an association just as strong as that of the West with two cowboys or lawmen. Gambling is a convenient plot device. It may be used in the background as settling for character discussion, for motivation beyond the plot. For example, the scenes depicting the high stake are called card games, and gunfights over those games are so common to be cliche. The presence of gambling in Western mythology shows a strong association with the risk taking and chance that were involved in both in coming to the West and everyday life there, and a sense of those who chose to leave their lives and come West were taking a huge gamble just to begin with. Gambling is also strongly associated with extravagant activity, and to have activity participated so frequently suggested the popular association of the West with state of lax legal and moral codes. That was a really cool read. All right. Oh yeah, there's gambling in New Orleans. It says it wouldn't be until 1990 that the other avenues of gambling became legal. In 1992, land-based casinos, as well as them today, were officially legal in the city of New Orleans. So yeah, they probably had illegal gambling here, but they have some casinos here like that place. Yeah, so they had them. So they had it, but it wasn't legal for a long time. I love steamboats. That's something another stream I'm going to talk about is steamboats and more stuff about the Titanic. Yeah, those are different flags, and that's one of the casinos. Well, that's really cool, Amanda. I didn't know that. Thanks for telling me about that. Yeah, these are like the steamboats, and they used to gamble on those steamboats. Well, that's cool, Amanda. Oh, that's cool. You had dinner there. I was on one. I was on the steamboat, and like what happened was, I was there, and I would hear the train blow really loud, and I was very uncomfortable with that. But I liked the steamboat. It was nice, but I just was a kid. I was scared of the horn, or I got aggravated by it. Yeah, I was in the Natchez. Yeah. I guess kids don't like the noises. Oh, that looks awesome. I didn't eat inside of it, but that's pretty cool. It's like the Titanic, but smaller. And this is the wheel. Yeah, the steamboat fires. That's unfortunate. That's in May 2022. Yeah, the Natchez steamboat. Let's see. Oh yeah, man, that would be a positive thing. Exactly. Yeah, it's very nice here. And these are like the steamboat fires. I think are interesting. Let's steamboat. And also, Amanda says, she says, yeah, it's kind of, yeah, it is expensive here in New Orleans. Yeah, especially during the inflation time period, it's increased. So yeah, this is a painting of the steamboats going down the Mississippi River. It's really cool. Oh yeah, exactly, Amanda. Yeah, I don't like it either. Hopefully in the future, things get better. I always liked these paintings of the steamboats since I was a kid. Yeah, it's so fascinating to me. I always liked it, and like Mark Twain he was a steamboat pilot. I think that was cool. That's what Mark Twain means. His pen name comes from. Like they would have steamboat races and stuff. That's like a little sinking of a steamboat. All right, checking something. Okay. All right. Yeah, so these are, I think, very interesting steamboat paintings. This thing going through the swamp is really cool. I like that. As y'all know, I always love ships and stuff. That's one going down the Mississippi River. Another one. Steamboats provided a popular method of commercial and passenger transportation along the Mississippi River and other inland U.S. rivers in the 19th century. Their relative speed and ability to travel against the current reduced time and expense. My favorite ship is a Titanic. And the Titanic, because of its history, that was the first ship I learned about and everything about it. That's my favorite ship. And then after that, it would be like the Queen Anne's Revenge, and then these steamboats and stuff. What would I've done on the Titanic to survive? That's a very good question, Amanda. So, what I would have done with the Titanic. So, given this, say this situation happened. So, basically, what I would do in this situation is that I would go and the dude that drank actually drank a lot of alcohol. So there is a chef on the Titanic, and he was in the top part when it was going down, and he's depicted in the movie. And he was drinking quite a bit, and he threw stuff in the water, like for people to swim and stuff. And he was able to find a piece of debris, and he was able to survive the cold because of the alcohol in his body. So what I would do is I would drink a little bit because it would help survive. It would help the blood in the body, and I would go down with it and then locate a piece of debris to go and hang out on. That sounds easier said than done. Or if I die in the process, at that time, I would do what I would have to do. So what I would do to survive is I would find debris and hang out on the door. If it was just me there, of course. And Amanda, like they would basically now because there was this. Remember, like the Titanic, there was this door, so it was like floating in the water. So if it was just me there, I would go on the board. But if you were there, I'd put you on the door board, like the movie. Right. And but yeah, you would go on a lifeboat with Ava, and that's what y'all would do, and that would be good because they would have the women and children that would go on, and the men would stay behind. That was the conduct. And I think that now with the Titanic, they would basically have a thing where, is right, if it happened today, it would be chaotic. There's a lot of soy boys now and people that don't know their gender, so it would be, a chaotic situation. So yeah, so they had the system, women and children go on the lifeboats, but unfortunately the lifeboats were filled up halfway. Like there wasn't enough people on the lifeboats. There could have had been more people in there. And also we have over here the different images. And also, yeah, exactly, Mary. Him and I would be in the water. And also, basically, with that movie, like Mythbusters were testing it out, and I don't remember what the verdict was, but I think they were saying they wouldn't both fit on the board. But that's been a debate for many years, and basically they're not too sure about if they would both survive or not. But I have to go back and see what the MythBusters said about that. It kind of slipped my mind exactly. And if you notice, like you can't really see it here, but way out in the distance to the Titanic by the front part of it, there's supposed to be a little light in the movie, and that was the California, and they couldn't be able to signal it to come back and get them because it was like, they didn't know what it was. They thought it was people just doing a drill or something, and they didn't go out and check to see if anybody was okay. And I remember with the cat, I see Mary Toodles with the cat face, and it's like, where's Pearl? Remember when I saw this in a book, I'm like, wow, that's really traumatic looking. I think Pearl is a character we got from SpongeBob. Yeah, because Pearl unsent a message. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, and let's compare Titanic to a modern cruise ship. This is Titanic with a modern cruise ship. Yeah, so that's the comparison between the two. They've come a long way. The Titanic looks more closer to like the ships from the pirate game. Yeah, and that's the front part of it compared to the Titanic. They were supposed to build a second Titanic, but they never really came out with it. Oh, it's like diesel gas. Maritime vessels use bunker fuel to power their motors, but depending on your vessel, It might not be regular white diesel. Some watercraft indeed use diesel, and other larger vessels marine gas oil, which is considered a low sulfur fuel, bunker fuel. Oh yeah, let's go to a cruise ship engine room. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Cruise ship. All right, so a modern cruise ship has about a large cruise ship ranges in length from 900 to 100,000 feet, may hold up to 1 to 2 million gallons of fuel. Smaller vessels, like a 440-foot long ferry, might carry around 130 gallons of fuel, while a gigantic ship measuring over 1,300 feet in length can tow over 4 million gallons. So, so isn't that something, Amanda? Millions of gallons of fuel. Yeah, so they have. I think that's so cool about the fuel. Yeah, those are nice. Those are some nice. That's a nice cruise ship. And so basically we have these, these different pictures of things, like in the Caribbean and the different cruises they have. It's really really cool. Nice tropical islands. All right, let's see if they've blown up from the fuel. Alright, so this is a fire from a fuel situation. No, not the ship itself, but it looks like a fuel tank blew up, but not like the ship itself. Yeah, that looks funny. Look at that. It looks like some little shark dude right there. That's funny. Yeah, so basically, it's very interesting what these, ships and stuff look like. Yeah. It is interesting. It's a zero emission cruise ship. Oh yeah, Amanda, I understand. An old girlfriend of mine, she went on cruise ships to Europe, and she really liked those. Like she went like when she was coming up, and yeah, she really liked them. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, it's like I think my grandma mentioned about being like, it's like trapped in a coffin ship, like you're trapped. The Costa Concordia. I remember when that happened. Oh, it looks like this cruise ship ran out of fuel. That's unfortunate. Let's see. Abandoned ships. Here's an example of an abandoned ship. Oh yeah, Amanda, I'm gonna still cover the new stuff. Yes, that's true. I will do that. And we will do that, you know, after this stuff. Which I mean, I still cover the new stuff a little bit during these things, but I'll also will still cover the new stuff more after this as well. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I have to research what happened to this thing. Yeah, that was the Costa Concordia. Thank you, Amanda. I'm glad that you liked how I covered things. And I will still also talk about the conspiracy theories and the aliens and the what's it called? The scary stuff too. And but I still will do the news stuff as well. I'll do both. And thanks, Amanda, for your compliment. No, Amanda, Stranded didn't call in tonight, but we'll get her on here again in the future. It's just that she was dealing with that sick cat. And yeah, there's some new stuff that's been coming out with the farming things. And stuff with that. So I certainly said the new stuff is coming still. Yeah. My channel's a Chex Mix of different things. And that's very interesting that we have that here. I was able to make it work. Okay, Amanda, I will sure to let you know. And the captain of the ship was a coward because he abandoned ship. Yeah, this is another one. That's funny, Mary. Yeah, Amanda, I think I'll probably do a Halloween special. I'll do something for that. I'll definitely look into it or something around that time. Yeah, Mary, the captain went to jail for like 20 years. I have to look it up to be sure. Let's see. Okay, 16 years and 1 month. Because he abandoned ship because he was a soy boy. All right. Yeah. And also, I'm getting. Now I'm going to be ending the stream. So I will say to those that are watching, thank you for coming. And also to those that are watching rerun, thank you for watching. And maybe those that didn't see it from the beginning, feel free to watch the stream from the beginning. And also, I'll be doing more live streams. Also, next week on Monday, I think I'll do a live stream around 7 o'clock, around that time period. And I'm going to have a variety of different videos coming out. And all that's good. And I think this was a very fun, cool stream. We talked about a variety of different things. All right. These are nice ships. All right, Amanda. Hope you and Ava and Apple have a good one too. All right, and we're going to switch this one. All right, everybody. This was a nice, fun stream. Thank you all, and peace out.